we ready? Ready? Okay. All right, ready? Do we have to have a motion to open the meeting? Do we have to have a motion to open the meeting? Oh, you're right here. No. Okay, we're ready to start? Okay, I'm going to first start with attendance. David Cunningham, absent. Julia Flaherty, absent. Peter Herbst.
Here.
Amy Holmes. Here. Justine Wong.
Here.
Thomas Kent. Here. Shelley North, absent. Elizabeth Page.
Here.
Joseph Reynolds, absent. Raina Rubin.
Here.
Great. Okay, so we have 2 new members. This is very exciting, very diverse new members, so we appreciate it. The first new member is Thomas Kent. He is a very impressive resume of the latest in finance, right? Independent trustee, CPA. So I think that's great because I'm a numbers person and I love that. So welcome to the committee. We appreciate you being here. Thomas is from the planning board, just as a frame of reference. And I think you've been on the planning board for several years, am I? Oh, just 2 or 3. Okay, well, welcome. And then we have Amy Holmes, and I thank Amy because I've spent several hours with Amy trying to get her up to speed on all this, the surveys and the where we're at in this process. So thank you, Amy. And Amy owns the Casual Cup, the best coffee in town. So we appreciate it. And then I'll turn it over to the member and staff announcements, if anyone has any announcements.
One quick announcement, Madam Chair, just that we'll be sending the formal invitation to the Planning Board and Town Council for the July 20th meeting next month. And just anybody who's watching at home, if they would like to attend, that will be a larger meeting with more appointed and elected officials here. And nothing else this evening, Madam Chair.
And the
Thank
date of
you.
that meeting for the record, did you say? The date, exact date?
July 20th,
July
Thursday.
20th, for those of you at home watching? Great, thank you. Okay, so the approval of the minutes. I think somebody has to make a motion to approve the minutes from January 19th and March 13th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from January 19th, 2023. Should we do them each separately? Oh, and from March 13th, 2023.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so the minutes are approved. Oh, all those in favor?
Because they weren't here.
Okay, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. All- The minutes are approved. Okay, so the election of a vice chair, well, I think we have a long meeting this evening, so we will definitely do that next time. So if anyone wants to be the vice chair, welcome. I guess I will turn it over so we can start this process and get this moving.
All right, thanks, guys. Is that screen not on right now?
No,
Oh, okay, I can't even see it. Well, hello, everyone. I'm Jen Goldson. Tom, I think I've met you when you've been attending here and there, so it's nice to see you. And Amy, I'm not sure that we've met yet, but it's very nice to see you. I had a lovely cup of coffee at one point with Jen in your cafe, I think. Isn't that where we went, Jen?
it is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I am, we're at a, okay, we're going to try to figure out how to turn the TV on. How many planners does it take to turn a TV on? There we go. So what we're going to do tonight is try to move you through what can be a pretty detailed discussion, I want to say. We're trying to get you to come up with a short list of strategies. You can look at the information that we provided. We provided a lot of raw data as well as some aggregated data that we're going to go over what methodology was used, and we're happy to answer questions about why we chose to do things in certain ways. But what we decided to do, because there were lots of ways you could, I wish I could think of a better phrase than skin this cat, but that's the only one that's coming into my mind right now. There are lots of ways to look at data. We chose to do our analysis in a way that we felt made sense. You may not feel that way, and I just want to say that's okay with us. So that's why we gave you all the raw data as well. And then what we did was we gave you a list of how are these things ranked based on the analysis of these road shows that went out to boards and committees, the technical working sessions where we asked key technical experts in your community to come together around each core theme, and the department manager's working session. And we gave you a list based on what we think we understood they were telling us. But then what we did with this questionnaire, I'm not sure what you're looking at. What are they looking at? Okay, no, I can see it now. So then what we gave you was this questionnaire, and I just want to first of all say thank you for doing that. I know that it was a very tight turnaround. We gave some expanded time so that you could reach more folks through the road shows, and it crunched our time a bit on trying to get the analysis done and out to you. So I really do appreciate the fact that we gave you something on a Friday and you turned it around on Monday and Tuesday on a holiday weekend. So thank you for doing that. That was really helpful, because what we did with it was we took anything that the majority of you, so if you said in your questionnaire, 50% of you said, I want to move this strategy up to our short list. That's what we're presenting on this short list, what you told us to move up. And then what we'd like to do tonight is, after we talk about the methodology, I'd like to try to limit that to 15 minutes if possible, just because I want to make sure we have enough time to go through the meat of tonight, which is the strategies. We want to know, do you think the strategy shortlist is appropriate? Are there things that are not on the list that didn't make the cut at this point that you want to advocate to your fellow committee members move up to the short list? And are there things on the short list that you feel like are deal breakers to you that you want off that list? And that's what I want you to talk about tonight. And then I'd like you to decide together what should get on the short list and what should get off. You have lots of information. We're not going to dictate how you make those decisions. It's really up to you at this point to either agree or disagree with your fellow committee members. And when I say the short list of strategies, I just mean the strategies that we will put in the plan for you. Could still be changed, wordsmithed, etc. There's plenty of time for that. But we just want to know kind of big picture, which ones do you think should go in, which ones should go out? And then if you do have any wordsmithing suggestions, you know, if you want to say, I would really like to see this, but I want to strike that phrase about X, Y, or Z. Or I want to see you add something else in. It's not up to us to make that decision, it's up to you guys. So we want to just facilitate that discussion with you, and you can then tell us how you'd like to change that short list. And that's what we hope to walk away with tonight, is a new short list based on your discussion tonight. The other thing we'd like you to do, we added the vision statement, the overall, as well as for each core theme. We want you to look back at that tonight, now that we've gone through this process of trying to figure out what the strategies are. Look back at that vision and say, does it still actually make sense? Are we talking about something in our vision that we don't have a strategy for? And if that's the case, which I think there is at least one example of that, we want to decide, does that mean we want to add a strategy to address that? Or do we want to change the vision to strike that thing out that we didn't have a strategy for? So that's a lot. It's a lot to ask you to do, and that's what I'd like you to do. So if that sounds okay, I'd like to have Alana just present the methodology. And again, I want you to know that we provided this not to dictate what you do, but just to provide you with some information. And that's why we also provided all of the raw data so you could come to your own conclusions. Does that make sense, just in terms of what we're asking you to do tonight and kind of the order and keeping that methodology discussion to 15 minutes? Is that okay with the chair?
Yeah, absolutely.
perfect. All right, Alana, why don't you go through the methodology?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here, and nice to meet you to the two new members. So the way that we ran through the methodology for this process was we took and you all should have a handout in front of you that sort of in written form says what I'm about to explain to you as well. But essentially, what we did was we had the 3 different methods for how we received information, right? The technical working sessions, the roadshows, and the department head meetings. And so for the technical working sessions, let's say, I think the strategy I used in there was 1V. Basically what we did was we looked at the exit polls and we saw how many people said 0, how many people voted the strategy a 1, how many people voted it a 2, how many people voted it a 3, 4, et cetera, et cetera. And then we averaged that to create this result from the technical working sessions. So as you all might remember, only a handful of strategies went through the technical working session process. So for the strategies that did, they received that technical working session average, which is based on the exit poll that you all conducted when you did the facilitation. For the road shows, as you know, there were multiple road shows, and we had the intention was that strategies were covered in multiple road shows so that we could average and find this like total average from the road shows. And so what we did was we counted up how many people for each module, right? There were 15 modules. Those were the individual boards and committees and organizations that you went to. And so we averaged up how many people voted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from module 5 and created a module 5 average. Or I think I'm trying to remember what I did on that sheet for you, but I think it was 5, 6, and 12.
Sorry.
No, apologies. I was trying to pull it up, but my computer was lagging on here. Yeah, 5, 6, and 12. My memory is great. So we created this module 5 average, this module 6 average, this module 12 average. And the reason we did this is because the intention of the roadshow is to understand how committees feel. It's not to understand how Tom Kent of the planning board feels, but how the planning board feels about these strategies. And so we view each committee as one actor here. So to create their sort of board average, we averaged the members through those roadshows. And now if you went to, I know, Peter, I think you went to the Sustainable Braintree, so that's the exact same thing that we did. And we averaged up the number that you gave us and created that average for the module, and then we averaged those together to get that roadshow average. So for 1V, we were averaging the module 5 4.25, the module 6 3.25, and the module 12 4.56, which comes out to be the roadshow average of 4.02. And then we had the department head meetings, which essentially, we ran a similar exercise as we did with the road shows, where department heads were looking at the strategies that best suited their sort of purview, and they got to decide. They got the list, and they said, this one is something that my department would cover. We didn't assign them. They looked at what they thought was going to be within their purview, and they rated them in the same 5-point scale that we've used throughout the system. And now there are some strategies. Of course, departments are, overlapping and they're a little different. So some strategies were covered by maybe 1 or 2 department heads or maybe just 1 department head. But we understand that department heads have this really unique knowledge of what their department is capable of and what is feasible. And so we're really relying on that knowledge of their department. And when we came together, we brought department heads together in a group of sort of similar department heads, different people from different spots of the DPW, things like that, were all in a group, and they had to come up with collectively from the whole list a top 5 list. The strategies that they thought, these are the top 5 most important, we need these have to be in. And those received what we call the department head boost, which essentially is just an extra 5.0. And we did this because we truly value the knowledge that department heads have and how they view what needs to happen in their community, what they need to be able to facilitate the change.
I would like to ask a question. So the residents' votes, they feel strongly and understand the community very well as the department heads. So wouldn't it make sense to also give the residents' votes a boost as well. So if you're going to give a boost to a department, just like that, like there's residents that have lived here all their life, have a knowledge of the community. Why not give a boost to the residents when this is sort of the residents' master plan?
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, you can skin this cat in many different ways, and you could argue lots of different methodologies. We chose a methodology last week, working with Melissa and Connor, kind of laid out what are these different options. But we gave you all the raw data, so if you want to see it done in a different way, we'd encourage you to slice it any way you want. We believe tonight, though, if you feel, for example, that the residents in the North Braintree group, for example, valued something highly that you're not seeing on the short list, I would just cut to the chase rather than going back and analyzing it all over again. I don't think we need to overcomplicate this. If you see
No, it's
something,
fine.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you see something that you're like, I think this should be on our short list, just say it, and then you guys can
Yeah,
talk about it.
I agree. No,
Okay.
I agree, and definitely fully prepared to do that, because I know that the senior citizen, the elderly folks of this town, as well as and it wasn't the North Braintree Civic Association, it was actually a town-wide meeting, and unfortunately, those results did not get into the aggregated data. So when you see the numbers, like a 4.0, they're not in there. They're not in that data. So I think it's so important. The seniors spent 2 hours with us to give us ideas of what they want. They're elderly people, and they're not heard that often. So I am fully prepared to talk about what they want. So I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Perfect. And I should just clarify, on our call the other day, Jen, I actually did misspeak. Alana included the senior center and the North Braintree. She included everything that was in the module that they had been asked to review. And then the ones that were added are the ones that we kept separate. Just to clarify, it was
Yeah,
a little...
and just for the record, we added, because I went through, so
Yeah.
I've met with the senior center like a couple of times now, and also have met with residents and listened at these workshops. And so it wasn't clear that you were not supposed to change. You just said yourself that the department heads were asked to look at different strategies. So some of the strategies, just knowing the population, like the dementia community, and do they want an intergenerational facility, like some of those things, I knew that they would want to address. Some of the like home, they want the assisted living. So we reviewed what we felt, and we don't expect you to know our community the way we know our community, because we live here day in and day out. So I wanted to make sure that the elderly people in the town had a voice of things that made sense and things that they found important, not necessarily what you might think is important. So that's why we reviewed them.
Yeah, I agree. I think that that was probably a good decision. The issue that we were faced with is we wish we'd known that before we put the final modules together, because it just made it more complicated for us. But I don't want to get into...
Sure.
I think
Let's move on.
I think you were right to do that, Jen.
Okay.
And I think that if we just focus on what you want to change tonight, that we
Yes.
can kind of move past
Yes,
this
perfect.
methodology thing.
I think it's
All right.
great. Let's do
Great.
it.
So is that enough of Alana's kind of description at this point, that we can move into the strategy shortlist?
And yes, Liz.
Do a little brief explanation of the, where is the total scores in these sheets? Okay, so I'm seeing the department head boosts, and what is the last column with all the zeros running down there? Is that just nothing?
I think that it's just the way the
Space maker.
Excel
Okay.
came through. But
Okay.
what the overall score is the column. I think the Excel just had like,
Okay, so the
column
overall
that-
score that we're looking at there, though, does not include the aggregate data for the
so
North
it
Braintree?
does include the strategies
not.
that were part of the module that was
Yeah,
supposed,
does
that was
not.
it does include the strategies that were part of the module for the senior center and the North Braintree
Okay.
Civic Association.
So that's just a few then?
I will also add that we did take a look at the data with the additional strategies, and anything, truthfully, it did not influence the data. Like, it did not change the numbers, the final results based on those averages. And
I would
anything-
think to differ on that. I think it would.
I think we should just move on and
Yeah,
just
I
get to
think we should, too.
because we could go back and forth for 10 hours on this. And so let's just get to the strategies, and then if we need to add, because it's missing from what the seniors wanted, and you'll hear us, and our fellow committee members, you'll hear us say that wasn't represented in the data, and this is what, and we have all those sheets to represent. So, and then moving forward, we're going to do the same fist, five finger. So just please, if you have an issue with a strategy and you can't live with it, you need to put up your fist, okay? And then we can tweak it to where we all can give it a 3 or above. So 5 would be, you absolutely love this strategy. 4 would be, I can live with it. 3, it's like, okay, everyone wants it, maybe I'm okay. 2 is, you're not okay. 1 is, you're not okay, and your fist is, it's gotta be, you want it removed. So you don't have to comment. Like, don't feel like you have to comment. So if there's 10 strategies up there you think are fantastic, and there's nobody, concerned with any of them, like, I don't think we should do them. I think we should move forward. So, and just go to the ones that you have an issue with. Like, I have a list of the ones that are not represented, and so one that you have an issue with, those are the ones we want to tweak and review. Does that make sense? And I think we should pop in and just get get going.
Okay, that sounds great. So we wanted to just go core theme by core theme and start with core theme 1. And I think, do you all have the handout right in front of you? Because we're also going to display it, but I just want to make sure that you have something to look at in front of you as well. Okay, great. So I think you can just say, how many strategies are there in core theme 1? There are, so there are 14 right now that made the short list based on the questionnaire that you just did and based on the initial handout we gave you last Thursday.
Raina, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Are we looking to reduce the number overall? I mean, 14 seems, is that a lot?
You
I mean,
don't
are we
have
looking
to. You don't have to. This is a,
Home run.
So couple things about it. It's a great question. Couple things. One, some of them we think can be consolidated because they're kind of related. You guys don't need to worry about that. We'll try to figure that out.
That will come
Yeah.
later.
Oh, and we did some of that already. There may be ability to do a little more of that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was wondering if we were going to not
Right.
hash that out necessarily now, but sometimes it seems quite sprawling, and some are big and some are little.
Yeah. And I think if you have any specific advice for that, just email Melissa and she'll let us know. But I think if both the content pieces you want in there, then don't worry
Don't
too
worry
much
about it.
tonight. Yeah.
Don't worry about the number. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
thank you.
And so we'll be creating an action plan for 10 years, kind of going through like what could you do in year 1, year 2, year 3. And so we'll be working on that in phase 4, so over the course of the summer into the spring, into the fall. So you can also look at, well, maybe we do have too many because we're trying to fit these in and they're all landing in the planning department. And then we can have even more talk about
Yeah. So
that.
there will be opportunities to do that as we go.
Yeah, this is not, definitely
more.
not the final say. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So does anyone have an issue with anything? I guess we should probably take the additional strategy, but anyone have an issue with 1A through JJ? Ms. Page?
Can I ask a question? On 1B, the phrase that was added, and ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, can that be explained, please? What does that mean?
Melissa?
You can take it. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I
Alana.
can talk a little bit. So any of the red lines are comments that we received. And as I noted in the email that I sent you all, we did not receive a lot of comments as part of this process, so unfortunately, the 3 is, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I'm okay with this idea, but I would like to see substantial edits. And the 4 was, I'm okay with this idea with some tweaks. But we didn't get a lot of comments to indicate what those were, so we had to move forward with the comments we did receive. And this was a comment that we received in a couple spaces, was that both adding public amenities, it's essentially, this strategy is about making sure people have access to enjoy the open spaces in Braintree. And right now, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about the plan, but it's to make sure people have access. And then
The town, just for a point of information, the town through our ADA coordinator and a consultant has done a plan of all of the town buildings and what they need to, the upgrades that need to be made. And then the next step is to do, sidewalks and stuff
Okay.
and all that stuff.
Okay.
So along with the open space components, making sure that the
ADA compliance.
the
Okay.
ADA is also addressed at the same time.
All right, thank you.
Does anyone have an issue? Anyone else? Peter?
So I think I'm following along, but on this master list, 1X does not appear on the short list, and that's because it did not get the number of votes.
correct, it received 3 votes from the committee survey. It did go to the committee survey, but it only received 3 votes, which was not 50%. Now, as we're going through this, I don't know if you want to just go through the ones that are there first and then talk about what you'd like to advocate for, but that is the space that we're having this evening. So if that's something you'd like to advocate for, I don't know how you want to.
I think we should finish a section and move on. So Peter, if you have something to add, let's talk about it.
Well, this one stood out because, but for the score on the road show, it looks like, the department head and the technical working session would have voted for it. And I'm looking at the exit poll from Sustainable Braintree. It was not asked during that road show, and I think if it was, people would have voted for it. So I would encourage us to add it to the list.
Okay. Does anyone have a problem, 3 or less, can't live with adding, and this is a 1X, consider increasing the Community Preservation Act surcharge, which is currently 1%, to fund the town's open space, recreation, historic preservation, and community housing goals. I guess I would have a question what housing goals are. What's our community housing goals?
Those are the 4 things that you can spend community preservation on.
Oh, like affordable housing?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, those are just the categories.
Okay. I mean, can we just, does anyone have an issue with this addition? I think it's a good one, personally. Okay. Okay, we'd like, no issue, let's add it, great.
So Alana's going to make live changes for you, so you can see when we're adding things in, just like we did with the vision, so you can
Great.
be very transparent.
Liz?
Okay, 1K, as in Kevin, adopt a new local policy to consider 10-year projections for new growth, potential changes. Everybody can read it. This strikes me as like a cookie cutter phrase that's thrown into many of the different sections, and I would like to remove this because I just think it's just kind of words that really don't mean an awful lot.
Does anyone have an issue with removing it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just looking at, I guess because it was pretty popular. Which one? It's one.
Raina, and just microphone, and thank you. Thank you so much.
This is 1K.
Okay.
It had a pretty high score, so I guess I'm reluctant to remove it considering others liked it. I don't really disagree, I just,
Well, it really only had the high scores in the road shows.
and the department head,
Right, but I don't know
department.
that the general population thought that it was important. I think the general population just felt like it was just words.
What does a new local policy mean?
Well, not an ordinance, guidelines similar to something like our stormwater regulations, which are fairly new, that take into effect the MS4 requirements, low-impact development, as federal and state policies. Now we're talking about climate change and all this. Nobody was talking about that 10 or 15 years ago. So as those things change, we should be changing our regulations and how we approach different things in the community. It did score really high. I was actually, a few of the road shows that we did, it scored pretty high.
So what regulations are changed to accommodate? I don't know where this fits into the town.
We have all
so-
kinds of, so we have the zoning bylaw, we have the general ordinances, we have, for example, we just created our tree policies through the general ordinance that require hearings for removing public shade trees, they require one-for-one plantings. We're gonna accompany that with a zoning piece as well. So that's something new that addresses making sure we maintain our canopy, making sure when we remove trees, we plant new ones. I mean, I can't tell you all of the things that will come up, because 15 years ago, I probably wouldn't be saying what I'm saying today, but, and the stormwater regulations are an example. I think the word policy is kind of a broad term, but that's okay, because some things are policy, some things are regulation, some things are ordinances. There's different ways that as municipalities, we implement local best practices.
Raina?
Oh, well, I'll just be, I understand what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying about being vague, and maybe just note to self, this is the kind of thing that gets consolidated with some other things, or gets to be more of an overall, because it is pretty vague, but, I hate to just throw it out. Maybe it gets incorporated in where it makes more sense.
Could we make it more specific?
Well,
Probably makes sense in this section about sustainability.
yeah, could make sense
Okay.
in a number of places, but let's,
Okay.
just.
Agree with Liz before, because this sentence a little bit vague, and it include other sections like populations and employment, and this section is focused on climate change and environmental and recreation. So that's why I'm not sure it fits here.
I have to be honest, even if that comes out, the town is going to do what we need to do to stay current. These are, for example, I'll go back to the MS4 and the stormwater regulations. It's a federal mandate. So we have to do what we need to do as a municipality to be in compliance with those things. And those particular things talk about non-point solution, reducing TSS, cleaning out the catch basins. I don't know if anybody's noticed, there's a lot of things going around in town related to stormwater. So there will be things that the town will do, because we have no choice. We have to do them.
Maybe we could just add a few specific things so that people just feel more comfortable with it, like the things that you mentioned.
Well, those are already done.
Okay, well,
I actually wonder if we could just take it, what if we just focus it more on climate change? Because I hear what Justine and Liz are saying. We're talking about employment and population changes. I wonder if we focus it in on, town resolution to, I'm not sure how we'd word it exactly, but focus it more on, a lot of the examples you gave were more around sustainability, pollution, climate change,
That just
floodplain.
changed. FEMA just mandated new floodplain
Yeah.
regulations.
Yeah.
So they are very climate-y, if that's a word.
So we could try to work on wordsmithing if that's kind of the general direction that you think would be better?
does that make you feel better? Okay. Does anyone have any further issue with that, or are we good? Anyone have an issue with anything else? Okay, okay. So 1Z, hiring a new additional planner in the Planning and Community Development Department to advance the town's environmental and historic preservation goals. So what,
Do we have department heads for each of these? We have somebody who works in each of these departments. So instead of expanding the
Amy,
staff-
can I just ask you to talk into the microphone? I'm sorry, I just can't hear you.
I believe that we have departments for each of these. We have people who work in each of these departments. Why not educate them and have them do more outreach instead of hiring additional staff and save the funds that need to be applied to these departments?
I feel like that wasn't asked of the public, it was only asked of the departments, and I think it probably required more broader
or more specification. It just, I understand that we need staff, but I believe that we're pretty well staffed. We just might not be applying the staff to the right department when it's considered here.
Raina?
So I think that should be removed.
You know, if, you know, we want to move forward on some of these things, I think we would be considered understaffed to do them effectively. So considering it in conjunction with what we want to do, I guess I can see how that would make sense. Because I do think that we are understaffed in some of the economic development and so, and I mean, that's personal, but especially if we wanted to go forward with implementation, I think it makes sense to support at least consideration of added staff. That's kind of how I was looking at it. And I don't know if the department heads were looking at it that way too, but it was just a different added perspective is all.
Yeah, I mean, it was wordsmithed a little bit, you know, just for a point of information, there are 2 unfunded positions in the department that I run, so we are significantly understaffed already. And we've had a vacant position for probably 4 years, 3 or 4 years. 3 years. It depends. You can look at any community, you can look at the planning department, you can see the titles, you can see the roles, and then you can look at ours. It's lean, it's slim, and it's lacking in a variety of disciplines. A lot of communities hire public art planners, they hire environmental planners, natural resource directors, and things like that. So different communities do different things, and you get different results. I guess that's the easiest way to explain it.
Do we have a sustainable Braintree? That's for the environmental, and then we have a historic committee for the historic. Is that not accurate? Is that what you were thinking of?
Sustainable Braintree is not a town. The Historic Commission is a regulatory board. Sustainable Braintree is a nonprofit group.
Justine?
Again, for me, it's the wording perspective of hiring, because without any planning, without reviewing, I know you're talking about short staff, but we looking at the town's planning, and we talk about strategy. I just have a little bit difficulty with saying that we're hiring somebody, just from the strategy perspective.
Does anyone have an issue if we take it out?
First word that says consider, and all we're asking is that people have a conversation whether the hiring of an additional planner is necessary. It's not saying that one of the strategies is to add to the payroll. It's just saying, can this be met by current staff, or should a new person be made? So I don't see it as being a problem.
Could we say evaluate? The need?
Again, those are one of the items that it's obviously always helpful to have support, but the town staffing and how the departments are made up is dictated by the mayor. They add positions all the time.
So it should it even be in here if it's
I
not?
mean, it can. I mean, again, I think in looking at this, sustainability and those things they're new topics. They're things that are kind of hot topics. They're things that people in some communities are getting really ahead of. And frankly, we're kind of, chugging along a little bit, but we don't have that expertise. We don't have lead technology bylaws. We don't have any of those sort of, for example, that type of planner in a department would do an audit of all the town. What's the town doing? How are we using energy? What's a better way to do it? How are we watering our feet? Like all of that kind of stuff. It's more far-reaching than just an employee in a department doing, just kind of that specific work. It's something that kind of reaches the whole community versus regulatory.
Okay. I mean, should we say consider through the mayor's office, since it's really not anything like that can't be done? Or I guess many of these things can't be done without the mayor. Okay. All right. Well, just a thought.
Alana did just wordsmith, it says evaluate the need for, so I don't know if that is more palatable to folks.
Is that okay with Peter? Peter's that? Okay. Anyone else have an issue with the change? No? Onesie. Or any other thing? Anything
It
else,
just
Tom?
strikes me as, and I'll put this on planning, but a planner for community development, environmental, and a planner for historic preservation goals, they don't seem to be particularly closely related.
I'm sorry, Tom.
Yeah.
What letter? I didn't see the economic one. Are we still
So
on
for
1Z?
starters, I feel like I'm sitting in French 3, and I haven't been to French 1 or French 2 yet. So that's the first meeting. But I'm looking at that, and I'm saying is environmental towns, environmental and historic preservation goals, you know, in the same pew, so to speak. Or
Tom, I can answer that. So originally, these were considering the need for two separate roles, and part of the feedback we received, again, I want to be very transparent, we did not receive a lot of commentary. So we're kind of running with limited comments, and I want to be very transparent about that, was that it was probably unlikely to fund two new, and then in the economic development section, there's also the need for an economic development planner who would likely go into the planner's office as well. So it would be unlikely to fund 3 new planning positions, and so this was the idea to consolidate into having just one additional planner in the planning department who could help with environmental and historic preservation goals, but more of sort of a generalist planner.
And I mean, I would say we don't need to get into too many details with this strategy, but another option, the town could hire 2 part-time, one that has an expertise in environmental, one that has an expertise in historic. So there are options there. I mean, I view one, when we say hiring an additional planner, we could make that more clear,
and
that
we're
it
saying
doesn't have to
evaluate,
be,
we're not saying do it. So,
yeah, it doesn't have to
okay.
be one
All right.
person, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so there are additional strategy, so I think, are we all kind of okay, I'm sensing? We're, okay. So there's an additional strategy idea section. Is there anything anyone must see from that list move up to a, move up into the short list, right? Because they're not in the short list today. Okay, understood.
Correct.
So
And this-
anything that you would like to see, I personally thought the Braintree Historical Society and the curriculum to integrate into the local histories in the schools. We have a rich historical town, and I think that it would be great to integrate. There used to be something about the 5th graders going to the, where do they go? What house?
They used to have
They are, like, I just think it's nice, but I, you know, how do people feel about that? Raina?
Historic Commission, so that's why she's looking at me.
Oh, no, I thought you were raising your hand.
Yeah, no, I know. I think, I mean, I like this. I think my recollection, discussion was, kind of felt that it was kind of already kind of done. It didn't need to be a strategy called out. I mean, I don't think anyone was against it. I think,
see.
I don't know. Melissa was there. You might, if you recollect different, I really think.
I don't have a deep recollection. I just want people to understand that the society is not the town. That's a separate group.
Right.
And
I mean, there's certainly always
I don't know
available.
about curriculum, and I thought it was kind of a set thing. I'm not sure,
Yeah,
though.
we
I
weren't
don't.
sure about getting into curriculum.
Well, they probably can't be in the, but I just mean,
Like a day or an event.
yeah,
a
I don't
field
mean
trip.
like, yeah. Yeah, I feel like they used to do it, so you're saying that they already do it, so to put it in here is like useless?
I'm not sure. I'm just saying that's, I
Okay.
think, why there was a lack of,
A
you know,
lack.
push for it. I don't think anyone was against it. I think they just felt there were other things that were more important that needed to be pushed.
Okay, all right,
I don't know.
okay.
If I may, quickly through the chair, I would go a little bit further, and why limit it to the schools? I mean, we've been talking ad nauseum, or I have at least, and trying to make different suggestions about the Historic Society and doing events there, doing a kids' day, getting people in there, giving tours, sign up, $10 donation, and just really, we need to start to promote across the street a little bit more and try to encourage activity and involvement.
Okay, Tom?
On the board of the Historical Society, and the society's in transition right now, and there are a number of programs that we would like to re-up and redo. There's the visitation programs, and there's there's several items that we will try to get back on the agenda when we get our house in order.
Okay. So would anyone be, oh, go ahead.
Just agree with Melissa's perspective because when I ran my Chinese American Association, I've been start taking the websites about Braintree, the historical history about Braintree, and they're all excited to learn about it. And I wish there's multi-language in that perspective that people come into town as a newcomer, understand the history of the town has too. So like the tour in a different language options, or maybe just like a typical when you go to one of those historical places that even have recorded history.
Yeah, like the
That's
walking
great.
tours.
So is anyone here opposed if we change it to the community and the children? I mean, I guess we don't, I mean, it could be adults, right? So to the community, to all these historic resources and sort of what Melissa said. Yeah. Okay. Everyone's good with that? Okay.
Yeah, and if you see the way Alana just changed it, you could take out curriculum, but I think it's, work with the Historical Society to integrate Braintree's local history, or maybe even celebrate and I'm not sure what the right words are, the community through events and programming. We may even say including in multiple languages, language access, some put something in about language access, yeah.
Perfect, okay. All right, so is there anything else that, before we go on to 2, is there anything else that anybody wants changed or moved up from additional strategy ideas into a short list? Two it is, all right. Moving right along. If that's even possible, if that's even possible. All right, so I have a number of issues on this one, but I'm going to wait until, if someone wants to go first on ones that they feel they would like changed, altered, or removed.
I would also
Added.
like to facilitate a conversation. As you may have seen, 2D was a strategy that when I created the survey, I just missed, and I want to make sure that we entertain a conversation about it because it didn't end up in the survey because while I was pasting them all in there, I missed 2D. So this was a strategy, and I can tell you how so it received, the overall was a 3.8, so it should have been in that survey. I'm sorry, that's 1D, I'm sorry. 3.5, so it should have been in that survey, but I am taking full responsibility. I just missed it in the survey. So I want to make sure that we called attention to that and gave you the opportunity to either support it or not support it. That's why it's highlighted in yellow. It's not necessarily in the short list until you all have a conversation about it.
Does anyone have an issue with 2D being in the short list? We have a difference between heavy industrial and light industrial. Could we specify light industrial? I thought we moved away as a community from.
We don't have industrial at all. We have light manufacturing. That's
that's
the
right.
only
Okay.
manufacturing use that we have. We have some of these businesses in town now. They fall into a variety of categories. Obviously manufacturing, seafood, that kind of stuff, that's all falls into the manufacturing. And then if it's just being loaded, repackaged, and then it goes into the warehouse. So depending on exactly what's happening, there could be a couple different use categories that they would fall into.
Can we take out industrial because since we don't have that use case in the town, in the zoning? And just put target.
Target industrial users. Yeah, we could just say users.
Users.
Or target businesses.
Businesses.
Say businesses, yeah.
All right, but does anyone have an issue with that strategy? Okay. Does anyone have an issue with any strategies in this? Okay, so I'll go. 2C, I think that we don't want to limit to life sciences. In fact, we might have missed some of the opportunity there, and I think we should write, I think we should just write attract commercial tenants and not focus on one. I don't understand 2E.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Is 2D pretty much what you were kind of 2C, I just, there is a big desire to try to work towards getting a mini cluster here on the life science side.
Yes.
But does 2D satisfy? Because that's just businesses in general.
I think no one objected to 2D.
Right, but what did you want to change with 2C? I missed that.
Oh, 2C. I think we need to just add, I don't think I need to change, I just think I would like to add, attract life sciences and other commercial businesses. Because life sciences, there's been a lot written about it of late that, we might have missed that little opportunity. And so I think that's, commercial brings in a lot of more tax revenue, and Braintree needs more tax revenue, and so why limit it?
Yeah, no, I kind of just missed that. I just
Does
wanted to
anyone
make sure I
have an
get it.
issue with that, though? You've got, no? Right, it's like a, yeah.
Yeah, I remember one time we were talking about
We did.
high-tech companies, like the new, the film industry perspective is, or the entertainment versus life science. So we need like technology.
Would it be fair to just take out life sciences and say attract new tenants to underutilized commercial properties?
Commercial? Yes. Commercial tenants?
Well, sorry.
Attract commercial tenants to underutilized commercial properties.
I'm afraid if we talk about commercial, I know we have a big objective on like Amazon warehouse coming to town, that perspective, so. Just my 2 cents.
It does show up somewhere else, and I was going to propose that we strike just that word. Yeah, yep. It's 2T. Last mile delivery facilities.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not sure I followed. So 2C, are you okay with 2C, Justine, or do you have an issue with it?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're okay? Okay, all right. So 2E, proactively market cities' resources to desired industry sectors, et cetera, permitting processes to change local perception is a very interesting phrase that how many people wrote?
So I added this in after the Chamber of Commerce's roadshow, where the general consensus was folks were feeling like there was a perception, especially from potential business owners, that Braintree, I think the exact language in the note, and I can check it for you, but was that Braintree is anti-business, that Braintree doesn't have like a streamlined process for new businesses to come. And Peter, I know you facilitated that one, so if you want to jump in here as well, please feel free. So I wanted to add that to highlight that notion of what was brought up in that roadshow, was to help streamline the process to change that perception.
I think it'd be great to streamline the process, but I'm not sure I think to change local perception belongs in here. But Liz?
I would like to strike that phrase, to change local perception. I think that's, I mean, this is what we're doing. We're trying to streamline the process for certain things. I think that almost comes across kind of condescending.
I was just going to say the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think so too? Raina?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's, to change local perception is not really a strategy. It's not really a strategy. I don't think it's necessary to put that in a strategy. I agree.
Does anyone have a problem if we strike it? Anyone? Okay.
Maybe we can change the word to promote business opportunity or new adventure perspective.
Yeah. Could we wordsmith that a little? Okay.
Well, proactively market is
Okay.
kind of the
Yeah.
same thing.
So 2P strikes a chord with me. It seems like it was altered to add open air components, which, I guess that means like a derby, which is great, and residential, which is really controversial in town, and I'm not sure any survey or any data I have seen supports the 2 people that might have said that. So I would like to strike that.
Madam Chair, I think we should take out those terms and just put in mixed use.
I think that's the same, so I don't think I'm satisfied with that. Raina?
Tell me again where this one came from. You had some
The,
background on it and.
where the, where the red line changes came from?
Yeah, where did-
Yeah, how it got to be,
Yes, those came from the
Focus.
technical working sessions. That's where I took those additional changes for 2P. Specifically calling out the need to coordinate with Simon Properties and then adding into the strategy what that new redevelopment might look like, including potentials for healthcare, bioincubator spaces, open air components. You're right, Derby Street was kind of the model that people brought up a lot, both in the survey and in the technical working session, and residential use in that space.
Okay.
I
Okay,
guess my response is,
go ahead. Oh, please.
is that, I would support if it were a little broader, and if it was more, to take a look at how we can better manage it. I don't know that I want to call out Simon Properties in our plan. I mean, maybe, well,
You don't want
in
it
the
on here.
plan.
Yeah.
Does anyone have an issue if we strike the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see.
Tom, do you have an issue?
Sorry.
When you say the whole thing, you mean the
That-
whole strategy, striking the whole strategy.
She wants to take the whole thing out. Where's 2P?
I think, I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, and anyone jump in if I'm wrong or right, but wasn't that huge from the forums? I thought there was a lot of takeaway from the forums, the public forums, the ones we had.
Specifically, the idea that there needs to be some sort of town involvement with South Shore Plaza. If we take this strategy out, that is, I want to say, the only strategy about the South Shore Plaza that made the short list. And so you would be taking out the only mention of South Shore Plaza. I just want to double check that before I.
Right, okay, Raina.
Well, I'm looking at the wording on the data spreadsheet, and where it talks about transformation. I mean, maybe it's more about looking at transformation or positive transformations. I mean, it had a pretty high score, so I hate to take it out entirely. But I see,
Liz?
I don't know that we want to get so specific about coordinating with Simon Properties, because Simon Properties has not really been receptive to working with the town, but maybe coordinate to get a community response plan to the transformation of the South Shore Plaza. But I don't think we need to give examples, because I think that leads into too controversial of a topic. Why not just leave it without, remove the Simon Properties phrase and just talk about the transformation of the South Shore Plaza with community-supported plan, and then we don't need to give the examples.
Okay, Justine?
That would be my suggestion.
What do you think? Sorry.
I'm
Can't get it
just agree with Liz, because what if Simon sold the property within next
You're right,
couple years?
Okay. Does anyone have a problem with the rewording that Liz just said? Liz, can you repeat the wording?
Excuse me, I would remove the phrase coordinate with Simon Properties, and I would just start with create a community-supported plan envisioning the transformation of the South Shore Plaza site by establishing new priorities for redevelopment. End it there.
Is anyone not on board? Okay.
I just want to catch one nuance. So Liz, you said for redevelopment, and the way it's written now is new/redevelopment. Do you also want to strike the word new and just say, oh, okay, all right, okay.
Okay, so I also haven't, I feel like does anyone else have any issues they want to go with on this section? We're on section 2. Liz, do you have some, Lorraine, do you want to go first? No more, okay. Liz, next.
While we're on the topic of the South Shore Plaza, 2R, to me, is just a big red herring, and eliminate all instances of split zoning that occur on individual parcels. Well, in actuality, we have an instance with split zoning, and it was separate parcels, yet the developer bought it anyway. So I would like this to be removed, because I think it's something that's very much a hot topic and very much an item of controversy right now, and I don't see that, eliminating that right now as being anything that would be protecting the residential neighborhoods that abuts it, and basically, I feel like that's what we're supposed to be doing here today. So I would like to strike this whole one.
I agree with you. Does anyone have any other comments?
Can I just point out a point
Yeah.
of information, Madam Chair? Thank you. I understand your concerns, Liz, and I just want to make a distinction between those lots, or most of those pieces that are residentially zoned are actually separate individual lots. So this wouldn't apply to that. This primarily applies to the properties along Liberty Street, where the front yard is Res B and the backyard's Res A. A lot of properties along Granite Street and Pond Street, the section of Granite Street where you see the houses along Granite, a lot of those people's backyards are actually commercially zoned. And we have quite a few on Washington Street that are split between Res C and Res B. And just for a point of information, when you meet the split lot provisions, it's fine because the lesser of the two restrictive apply, but when you don't, it's just awkward owning a piece of property in two different zoning districts. I just want people to kind of pause for a second and think about that, and think of how you would, if you owned that property, how you would navigate or manage.
Could we
that.
limit that to residential?
Cleaning up well, it would be removing, in some instances, it would be removing like the commercial, and making that all one residential zone, or taking away one of the some of them are split even in two residential homes. So it's the front of the house has a different set of criteria than the back of the house. The front part of the lot has to be 15, but the back has to be 25.
So if it was a residential in the front and a commercial in the back, could we make it so that homeowners, specifically homeowners, if they are faced with a split lot, can opt to, or not opt to, but a homeowner specifically? Because I think the plaza is a split zone.
It's not. It's separate lots. A split zone is when there's one piece of land and the zoning line goes through the middle of it. Not 3 or 4 parcels owned by the same person, and 2 are in one district and 2 are in another. This isn't even, this is not even, like the plaza is not even on the radar with this particular thing. This is something that we just deal with constantly downstairs.
But it says encourage redevelopment of existing underused parcels. So is that encouraging someone like in their house? Like, so I own this property and I've got some commercial use. I don't understand the terminology. Like, so if it's...
Well, maybe we can wordsmith it, but I really am allowing the split lots to be cleaned up is something that would benefit those property owners. And I don't have the details of all of that, but you can even throw on the zoning map if you want on the GIS, and you can look at those lines. The town, for some reason, in the 50s, decided they were going to go along these streets and zone back a certain distance of residential. And unfortunately, that's what created a lot of the problems, like off of Pond Street, because that area would have been all commercial, but now you have those homes, and behind you is Golfers Warehouse and Bay State Drive. It's just not ideal for those properties. And I just wanted to clarify that the South Shore Plaza is not a split lot. We're talking about an individual lot.
Would it work, and I'm not sure I'm asking,
Yeah.
to change it to eliminate all instances of split zoning that occur on individual residential parcels, and then strike the encourage redevelopment? You can just say, taking care to mitigate impact of uses incompatible. I don't know if you even need all that. Maybe you just need eliminate all instances of split zoning that occur on residential parcels, period. Is it only residential land uses?
I want to give an example, because I think people will all know this one. It's fairly new. It's the CVS on the corner of Liberty and Grove. We had the gas station there for God knows how long, then it closed. The amount of land first of all, the gas station was in general business, Residence A, and Residence B. So what we did was we evaluated that and say, what do we need to make a normal corner here for a normal business to function? And that's what we did and rezoned to general. That's an example of something that was a gas station that was non-conforming in a residential district. So now they have their pre-existing non-conforming use, and they can expand and alter it going through the zoning board of appeals, or they went for the rezone. We created a small piece, we kept the rest of the residential in the back, and now there'll be a 12,000 square foot CVS on that particular piece. So there are instances where it's not necessarily a situation to overdevelop or to do more develop, it's to get the stuff that's there. I can't imagine still that broken down gas station being there with the thing flapping on the snow. It was there for so long, you know, like, that's just an example of the rezone that took away some residential, but it's a better product in the end.
Liz?
Owner of Granite Street property, I see what you're saying, but I think the wording encourage redevelopment of the existing underutilized parcel is what the question that we have concern about. Example, if I have Granite Street property, if I take that out into a commercial, my neighbor will have big issues in between two houses.
Well, you couldn't do that because it would be split zone. This would be taking whatever it's, so for example, over there, we had A, B, and general business. We just expanded the general business because it was already there. You couldn't, if you had all residential zoning, you can't go in the middle and have 4 houses here, and plop a commercial in the middle. But frankly, the development part is, I think cleaning up the split lots is the important part. What happens after that, or tying it to redevelopment, I think is far less important. So we could maybe just end it after the parcels?
Liz?
I just have a question. Is there a problem in town when someone owns a split zone lot to get it redefined?
A problem? What do you mean, to have it
Like, say, when somebody owns a parcel that's a split zone, is that a problem for them? Like, is this particular strategy something that is going to move the town forward to go forth and do this as an action item? Or are you talking about people that want to come forward and have their split zone lot zoning changed?
We've had minimal instances of people coming forward. More instances of trying to explain to the counter, well, this part is zoned this part zoned that, you can do this here, you can do that. The ordinance says if the change is within 100 feet of the zone line, if you have the zone line and the rest of the land is within 100 feet of that, the lesser of the two applies.
Right.
If it's not, that's when it gets a little weird. Another good example is on Washington Street. It's right next to the Verizon building. They have like a succulent plant place that just went in there. That's like what, C, B, and general business? It's all business. It's all non-conforming. Yeah. So that's been businesses forever, and it's a residential zone. They have a workshop in the back. They have the different businesses in the front. There's maybe even an apartment upstairs. So, and that's been used for business for God knows how long, and it's zoned residentially, and they have no intentions of doing residential there. It's next to the Verizon building.
But you just said they have an apartment upstairs.
Yeah, you can have apartment in Res C and in general business.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'm just trying to, I know that you're probably thinking, what is she talking about? But I'm just trying to give a few different examples of,
No,
CVS.
I understand what you're saying. I
Yeah.
guess I don't see the urgency to it, but I understand what you're saying. And I think I could live with it if we remove the section to encourage redevelopment of existing underused parcels.
Okay, does everyone agree to remove the phrase? Does anyone have an issue if we remove the phrase? Okay, I have one more, sorry. 2V, conduct a study to better understand Braintree's ability to attract new commercial. I hate these studies. I feel like, we could spend thousands and thousands on study after study. New commercial life sciences. Now, I'm not saying we don't need to attract them, because we absolutely do, and I think we've just hired a chief of staff that is pretty talented at such, so conduct a study for Braintree's ability to attract new commercial life sciences and other industries. And then with attention to workforce housing, if you notice in the housing section, workforce housing, any of those strategies were removed because people aren't really concerned with workforce housing. I don't actually think workforce housing, just being from corporate America, is, when we look for a new office in San Jose, we were not concerned with the number of people that live in San Jose proper. I don't think it's a thing. I think it's a fad. So I would like to move to strike 2V, because I think workforce housing isn't supported anywhere in this. It wasn't supported by residents. It wasn't supported in the housing section, so I don't know why it's here. Does anyone have any other ideas? Raina?
I don't have a strong feeling about adding one more study. So, I'm supportive. We feel strongly about it. I don't feel strongly that we need to have something in here about conducting another study. We have lots of conducting studies and evaluations and things.
Okay, does anyone want to advocate to keep it? Okay. Sorry, I do have a little bit more. Does anyone else have anything? Liz?
I agree. I think one more study to go sit on a shelf is just...
Does anyone have any other...
There's no shelves left.
Does anyone have any other, any other issues with any other from two?
I do.
Justine?
Actually have two items. One is the 2BB I would like to remove, because 2BB create and enhance public transit connected to South Shore Plaza other transit options. Right now, we have two buses go through there already, so I'm not sure what we need, but I would like to add 2FF, which is not in here.
Okay, so you want to, you would like to remove 2BB because there's buses already that go to South Shore Plaza? Raina?
Actually, I have a question or clarification. I don't know, Melissa, was this about doing private, jitney, or is this shorter buses to make them more accessible and reduce car? Was that what this was about, you guys? It
Like
wasn't.
the TDM stuff and the shuttles and that kind of stuff, the
Yeah.
transit, the transit networks. God, there was,
Because I know there was some discussion,
I
but I
think
don't know where it was.
Juliet added this, our transportation coordinator, because she looked at the bus routes, and I think I have to
Yeah.
clarify my memory, but I think it goes up, kind of out of the way and a roundabout.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, it's not great. It doesn't make a direct connection from, the fastest way you can get to South Shore Plaza for people who work there and are taking public transit to try to, reduce some of the car usage is the idea.
There used
But I
to
think-
be, there used
what's
to
that?
be some of the businesses
Yes,
across the street, they
provide,
used to
yeah,
have the
they
small,
provide.
yeah, that, at commuting times, and I
Yeah,
thought
it
maybe
could be
that's what they were
something like
looking
that.
at.
It could be either changing bus routes, working to change bus routes, or it could be, doing something more with the businesses. We
Yeah.
could clarify that if you have a strong feeling of, or we could list both as examples, and the community would have to kind of,
it should be, sorry about that, more town-wide, you know what I mean? If we're gonna have those types of, it's 7 o'clock and I'm working late and I wanna get the last train out, I work in Boston, that kind of stuff. Or if I need to get from Braintree Hill Office Park and the shuttle's already gone and I wanna get down to Greenbush because I'm heading south.
We heard that a lot at the senior center, that they would like to see transportation through the town. We did hear that they used to be something, and I don't, does anyone, could we make a, Justine?
Sorry, just from my understanding, the senior center, they can work with their elderly senior to schedule. Maybe that program just need to be more aggressive. But I do agree with Melissa in terms of the overall transportation to the town, but not specific to South Shore Plaza.
It might need to be privately funded.
It should be
Unless it's-
privately
yeah.
funded, unless the public, like example, working with MBTA to get more train schedule. That perspective is a public service.
Good luck with that. Yeah.
I
We
think,
just take out the South Shore Plaza reference and just kind of, create enhanced public transit
Yeah,
connections.
yeah, I mean, would wordsmithing work, Justine?
Connections throughout town, around town.
And then my question would be, so initially this was put in the economic development section because it was about transit to space, like the South Shore Plaza, as an economic development sort of vehicle. If we are striking that, would you prefer to move it to core theme 3, which is the transportation core theme?
And there might be some other ones in that section that we could kind of just link it up to or condense. There might be, God, I've read through these so many times, the TDM stuff, but.
I have a question for you, for especially when you're talking seniors. It was about businesses and services,
There
right?
is
So I'm
a
thinking a little bit
MBTA.
broader about being able for them to more easily get around to local
Yeah,
businesses
me-
and services
right.
and how, the
Yes.
broader uses, yeah.
They do have a shuttle, but it's, it's limited, right? So they were talking,
Yeah, and actually, I think a lot of people would use it, not just the seniors, frankly.
right, I think so too.
it's a 3Y section. Number 3Y has indicated already.
So are we saying, does anyone have an issue with changing it to more broad and putting it in transportation, removing South Shore Plaza and putting
Businesses and services.
businesses and services?
That's why I'm saying that 3Y already covered that. If you're looking at down, number 3. top-
3Y?
Yeah, if you're looking at 3Y already covered that.
But it might not be the MBTA, Justine. If you have the right economic, or if you have the right type of businesses in your community, those will just, I was on the highway the other day, Connor, what's the one that I saw? The Ponset.
River Valley.
Yeah, so there's one that goes to Canton and then it goes to, does it go to Quincy Adams and then?
Multiple shuttles.
Yeah.
Based out of Royal Street up in Canton, where is it, Harvard Pilgrim is, or Tufts?
Yep.
One of the two, Trillium, the old Reebok building there. And they go to the MBTA over on University Ave, and then they go also to the trolley system in Milton, and then Ashmont and North Quincy.
It isn't an MBTA bus, though, is it?
No,
It's a
privately funded.
Because I think if we
privately-
got involved with them, it would be a disaster.
It's a privately supplied, because for me, I work in New Balance. We had in Boston Landing, we have shuttle that bring it to Red Line.
Yep.
So that is more a the developers working
Yes.
schedule perspective when they develop a huge, buildings like that. That's what should be. So that's why I
They're
didn't see.
requirements in a lot
Right,
of
so just what
communities.
you were saying, Justine, that you were saying that your office has a shuttle that brings your employees to the Red Line, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
So
but-
that's what 2BB is sort of recommending, is that, not just for employees, of course, but that there would be sort of connections between transit options, likely the Red Line, that's what you have in your community, to the South Shore Plaza as a way for folks to get around. So it would be similar to the shuttle that you have.
I guess I have a little bit wording issue when you put it there, I mean that we put it in the resource to do it with them versus, as Melissa say, when you come to a certain size, that's a requirement.
Okay.
I think if we leave it more open-ended, we can try to find something that works here for the community. Maybe it's something that's more local, maybe it's something that's on a regional link, maybe we can partner up with some of these groups, 128 councils, the biggest one, the Metro West, RTA. I mean, there's so many examples, and there is funding available also through the Boston Metropolitan Organization. There's might be some sense in maybe linking up with Quincy and Weymouth and trying to get something to be a little bit more regional.
So could we put public transit connections to local businesses and business parks?
Yeah.
Okay, and just is that what you were saying, Raina? Kind of?
Yeah. Do
we Yeah.
want to add in retail?
Well, business, recreation, just expand
Business,
it.
recreation.
I mean,
Everything.
if you look at where the red
Yeah.
line is and you look at where all the employers are, it's kind of like this. I don't know many people that are getting off the red line, and, well, I'm sure they're going in the office buildings at Grossman's and Harvard Vanguard, but I'm not sure
Yeah.
if there's much, you know, a lot of employment along that corridor.
Then that could be a draw for business. Raina? No, okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Does it, okay, were there any of these strategies at the end of this? No, no additional strategy, okay. All right. Oh, Amy has one.
2W and 2X, they're removed from the strategies they're striped. As to developing parking inventory in under and overutilized parking areas, and then develop a parking management plan for the town squares. I think this is a big,
They're not removed.
They're just
combined.
consolidated right underneath it.
thank you.
Yeah, those are huge. We just put
Yep.
them all into one because they're all interconnected.
Oh,
So this complaint I received constantly.
yeah, it's,
It's split pages, it totally gets confusing.
Can
Thank you.
okay.
I add one?
Yes?
So I'm talking about the 2FF. I know it doesn't get high vote maybe because small business. We were talking about, during pandemic and everything, we had hard time to have a grant writer or to understand what's out there to help the small business get the grant and everything. So that's why I would like to see if we can reward 2FF a little bit so that we can add it back to the short list.
This is 2FF, and
Yeah,
if you want me
conduct
to,
outreach to local business owners to provide information about existing public programs. So if we can, I would like to see if we can add it back to the short list.
does anyone have an issue with adding conduct outreach to local business owners to provide information about existing public programs, including funding programs that support local business needs, maybe from an economic development person in the town? Does anyone have an issue? Tom?
To many of the local attorneys and accountants, but I think in the spirit of what we're doing here, that's fine to add it.
Like disappointing because there's not much? Is that what you mean? Yeah.
Well, that's what they do, but that's what they're supposed to do.
Oh, you mean, okay, I see what you
Would
mean.
be,
Oh,
would
I
be
was taking-
increasing the level of competition, but that's okay.
Okay. Maybe they can provide a list of attorneys.
Maybe get a limited. Maybe you
Does
get
anyone
a
have an
limited-
issue, like, is it okay? Okay. All right, so we're moving on to 3, if that's okay. 3. Does anyone have any issues in 3? I don't love the feasibility study. Sorry, Liz, I didn't see your name. 3T, complete a feasibility study for expanding, modifying existing on-demand bus service. I think we don't need a whole study. I think if we want to do it and embark on the journey, then we do it.
We don't, I don't think we have any existing on-demand services. That's kind of tied into the one that we just modified. You're working late, the train's gone, they guarantee a ride home, there's a lot of different things that come along with these varieties of transportation management associations. Maybe that a little bit wordsmith with the one that was what Justine just had,
I guess the spirit would be like not to have a study, but if we want to
Yeah.
embark on the process, engage with a company that can work with the town.
But I'm actually wondering, doesn't the COA runs a
Yes.
on-demand? I wonder if that's what this is, because it
Oh,
said
yeah.
bus, which is confusing, because it's not really a bus. I wonder if it meant the COA shuttle.
Yeah, I think we need to look at this in variety of avenues. Businesses, seniors, moving people around the community, in a more efficient manner. Maybe they're not even at the senior center, but a group of seniors that are somewhere that they don't drive, they want to go for dinner, they want to go over to the mall, but they don't want to, go to the center and get all involved in that. I think there's a variety of things that could benefit from whether they're on-demand shuttled, whether they're scheduled shuttles, they're part of a large organization that does a loop. I think there's a variety of things that we could look into.
Maybe put it, like, instead of a study, we could, if the, partner with a company that does on-demand bus service to connect to businesses, commercial, we could combine some of these. I know that 3Y says partner with the MBA, but I mean, I can't imagine anybody wanting to partner with the MBA right now, right?
In the right circumstances, I've been involved in some situations where there was a ridership, and if there's people riding, they'll be there because they make money, trust me. If you have spots where people will be utilizing that route often, they'll listen.
Okay, maybe we can put them all into one, like
Yeah.
business connections, the
Yep.
partnerships with the MBA. Raina?
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I'm not so big on the study, but I like the idea of making sure it's feasible, because a lot of times that's the economic costs and benefits of it, so I don't care if it's a study or not, but I do think an element of any of these is to make sure it makes sense.
It's a
And that, to me, is
profitable-
feasibility in the broadest sense,
Yeah,
as part of it.
yeah.
But I don't care if it's a study,
Yeah,
but, yeah.
right. Obviously, we have
That
to
was
look at it, like, can we afford it? Can we, and could
Yeah.
we get money
Cost
for it? Would it
benefit.
cover the cost? How much, profit and loss? I get it, yeah. I just think, like,
We could
study
start
could
something
serve-
like consider feasible options to blah blah blah, and then, for example,
Kind of just do maybe an ABC.
And
maybe
it
an
could almost go
ABC.
all together. like-
Yeah. Yep.
All right, does anyone else have anything? Peter?
So 3F is add or expand existing bicycle parking at all municipal buildings in Braintree. And in both road shows that I was at, people were supportive of that. That's where that 427 came from. And I'm wondering if we could add to 3B, which did make the cut, develop criteria for prioritizing capital investments, including safe routes and municipal bike racks, or safe routes and bicycle parking. Basically include bicycle parking somehow inside of 3B.
I just want to clarify, 3B did not make the short list.
3B.
So if you'd like to advocate for that and to add, we can have that conversation. I just want to clarify.
Is there one that covers bikes?
There was, Peter,
Is there something in section 4?
I did read it, I just don't know where it is.
yeah, I read it too. Fine.
I was going to say, I can search for bicycles.
3. And that scored highly on the road show as well.
Yeah, it's that one.
But that's actually the vision, not the strategies.
It's in the vision.
And I actually, it's one of the things that I highlighted
Yep.
because it wasn't super addressed, except for in 4B where we were talking about the walkability and bikeability of neighborhoods specifically. So that's in 4B, and the bikeability was added based on comments. So it wasn't, and so we have to discuss whether or not we're keeping that. But as of now, biking is not a part of this, except for the vision, and we're going to get to that point at the end, but it's in your vision and core theme statement. It's not in your strategies.
Is it in for
so
3?
I guess to address that, you could move 3B up so that you have a strategy, or you could take it out of the vision.
So Peter, are you asking to just put 3B?
3B is a great one, and I think there actually might even be some school route things going on now through DPW.
Yeah, it does seem odd that our theme language has bicycles in it, but none of our strategies support bicycles, so
So do you
maybe
wanna
if we
put
could
in-
include 3B and just add bicycle, what do they call it, parking?
Does anyone have an issue with that?
I think the reason they removed that bicycle, was a bicycle rack that school already implement.
The school already has bike racks.
You were the one that was talking about the school already implementing, in the process of implementing bicycle racks.
Oh, the school already is doing it.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have people do them, I always think we made a joke. Some of our newer developments are car dealerships, but we're constantly asking people to put in bike racks, so all our car dealerships have bike racks. But it should be something that should be, when most communities you have to have X amount of spots for vehicles, X amount of spots for bikes. Example, there's no bike racks here, so no employees, even if they lived in town, where are they gonna put their bike? Next to their desk? There's nothing outside, there's nothing inside, there's nowhere for that. The library, I don't think the library has them. Wait, I'm trying to think, the library might have it going towards
I think they do.
the side street in the middle.
Okay, so Peter would like to move 3B into the strip back in, and so it doesn't appear that anyone has an issue with that. Is that, okay.
And then to Peter, to your addition to it, you wanted to add parking. Would it be fair? So currently it reads, develop criteria for prioritizing capital investments for bicycle and pedestrian facilities, including safe routes to school and first and last mile connections to transit stops. Would it be fair to change the word facilities just to say infrastructure, bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, which would include, the curb cuts and
Yeah.
parking and things of that nature?
Yep.
I might want to say, we might want to be more specific about bicycle parking, just so that's very clear, just as we could even say an example. Because I think a lot of people might not know that infrastructure includes bike racks. Speak a little more plain English, yeah.
Okay, does anyone have anything else in 3?
And 3. What about the 3AA? That's where I have question. What consider like material available? I just not sure what I'm understanding, assuming materials available.
What number was that? I'm sorry.
3AA?
3AA.
Apologies, I just wanted to finish making sure 3B got in there. So this was a conversation that was had a lot about in both the roadshows and the department head meetings, in wanting to change the word standards to guide, so it's not like a requirement essentially, but it's a kind of heavy suggestion. And it's assuming that the material that is in that guide is available. Right now, construction materials are sort of all over the place in terms of cost, but also just availability of the materials. So it's a guide for sidewalk materials and construction to increase sort of walkability. Assuming that those materials are available, the hope is that the town uses them. But it provides flexibility in case those materials are not available.
Is this what we're talking about? All these streets should have the standardized roads, like, the curve and everything like that perspective?
The bump outs, like the crosswalk bump outs?
Yeah, those.
I think it's I think there's, why did they get granite curbing? Why didn't we get granite curb? Why did this guy get a berm and we got, people have questions about that. And I know in some communities, like for example, on a street like Washington Street, they would have a policy that sidewalk is maybe 8 feet wide, because there's a lot of people walking. You see the people with the carriage, the person comes with the dog, tries to go around them, then comes somebody on a bike, and it's like a 3 non-vehicle accident. So things like that in higher traffic areas to promote walking and biking, that you look at the sidewalks, and in some cases, they even call them a multi-use path, so that it can be different. There's almost 2 lanes. These people going this way, and this people coming that way. So that kind of stuff is something that can be evaluated and sort more of a guide, because there have been situations where people get upset because somebody got a better sidewalk in front of their house than they did. And then some people don't like the granite curb. They like the more low-key berm that's lasts for a very short period of time.
Raina?
So I guess it's the wording, probably we can change it if we're keeping it, was, develop a sidewalk construction standard. I just like, depends on availability, it make.
Well, the standards, the construction standards of, and I'm not sure how technical we mean here about base and width and things like that. There are basic sort of things you need to meet the ADA requirements. There's some basic things, but then this is kind of, you could set up more of criteria and a guide of, okay, Quincy Ave, Union Street, Washington, Granite, I'm just throwing out some names of some more major streets that are very automobile dependent, and maybe the sidewalk environment isn't the best and isn't the most inviting, but if you want to encourage that, you would think of ways to make that more attractive to people that could potentially use that. Other things you see is in certain areas, for example, we did the P-WED, you have the sidewalk, and then you have the brick inlay. That adds a look, that adds a softness, that adds kind of like you're in a ped area, get out of your car, walk around. So things like that kind of provide that the construction of it is standardized based on meeting construction standards and ADA standards, but then how do you kind of modify that for the type of corridor that you're on? Maybe that's a better term.
Maybe it's the material that gets to me, because things change. Example, we in next 5 years, some certain granite stone is no longer qualified. That's what I'm saying, is adding the word material construction into it is what gets to me.
Raina, did you have a comment?
If you guys are satisfied, I think we can move on.
Do we think,
Can we remove it, or?
what,
Or you mean?
No, she just asked for a clarification. You're not removing it, you just wanted a clarification, right?
Right, but I would
she
like
wants
to.
assuming material availability.
Oh,
Removed.
Yeah, if we remove the, material available, or based on, in the supplies available.
We can remove that. That was just something that was asked for because they didn't want to be locked into specific materials that were put into this guide. But
I
we can
guess I
remove
would
it.
ask, I would wonder why, as a town, we wouldn't want standards for our sidewalks across the entire town. I think that guide is a cop-out. I think that we should be held to the same standards. I think roads look crappy when there's this little, whatever you're calling it.
Yep.
Berm.
We were on a street today, and
It's
Connor
it's
and I said
not good looking. I think
no
that's.
appeal here.
There should be a town-wide standard for sidewalks, materials, and constructions to increase walkability and street
Escape.
scape. That's what I think. Does anyone else think that?
Well,
Peter?
I know when our street was repaved, about 20 neighbors got together and we opted out of sidewalks because even though the standard was to bring in sidewalks, we felt that that was going to be too disruptive. So I like the word guide because it seems like there's more flexibility, and there may be cases where sidewalks in a small neighborhood just don't make sense and would be too disruptive to everybody's front yards.
Could we say standard or supported by the neighborhood? Or, because I don't like the berm versus the, so I get the no, right? Like, we don't want it, it's this, but like when you see the two different sidewalks, they look crappy.
Why don't they go together? Someone has to.
The two different ones, like not none, but they look lousy to me.
You don't think sometimes they look good in the right neighborhood? Just across the board, you don't like the Cape Cod berm?
No.
No.
I mean, like, think about, like, have you driven down Howie Road? Did anyone driven down Howie Road? When they did those sidewalks over, it just looks like, it's almost looked like, it just looks beautiful. Like it changed the whole street. But I'm not really hung up on this, so I'll go with whatever. Tom?
Right
Yep.
now, and, you know, if it's this wide and there's a bunch of telephone poles in the middle, couldn't get by there with a baby carriage. And same thing with fire hydrants, right, you know, right in the middle. And, you know, you could walk by it, but you couldn't get by it with a baby carriage.
Right. And in some of those situations, and Peter, your street is narrow, and I can't imagine with sidewalks, when you have established sort of neighborhood. What in some cases has happened, depending on the width of the layout, is the town gets easements. And I don't know if folks remember when they did Liberty, when they did the big sections of Liberty probably about 10 years ago, and they're like, oh, why are they on their front lawn? It's because people don't realize that the part of their lawn might be in the layout. So in some locations, there's room, depending on the pavement width and the layout width, to do the proper sidewalks. In other locations, they might not have the availability in the right-of-way or the ability to obtain easements, you know, to use some of somebody's front lawn for that sidewalk. Based on Peter's comment, I like guide. Because I mean, standards, guidelines, standards are a little stronger, regulations are even stronger. Yeah.
Sidewalk guide compatible with neighborhood consensus or something like that, because like in my neighborhood, when they redid our sidewalks, some people wanted the pavement to go all the way out to the granite, and some people wanted grass before the granite. And I have the grass, and my next door neighbor has the granite. So, I mean, it all depends on what you want. And I think, you know, when they can do that, I think if it's compatible with your neighbor, because I think I know the area you live in, and I think it's a more quiet neighborhood, and I think it's compatible with your neighborhood. You know, versus on my street, you feel safer if you're on a sidewalk that has a curb cut when you're walking.
Raina?
I don't think, you know, standards of guides, they're not the same for everyone. I mean, I think part of it, I just kind of recollect the discussion about that. I think some of it was from Public Works, where, you know, they felt that a lot of times it was sort of, they had to do kind of catch as catch can, and they would like to have more standards and guides, so they don't, you know, so they don't get pressured to make a mess, so to speak. These are my words. You know, that it would be helpful to them, assuming they could get it, you know, with supply chain and other things, or if it was so expensive to get something, they would like to be able to have a substitute. But that was some of the discussion I recall. And of course, you know, the standards for a busy street are not going to be the same for resident.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have to be rigid, but I think it was meant to be, you know, you say nice, and also so Public Works had more guidance what to work with. That was my recollection. I think I was at one of those meetings.
We hear a lot about sidewalks. We hear a lot about that.
There's a lot of opinions.
Yeah, there is, and people like different things, they want different things. I think, to Raina's point, it's probably helpful for the town to have something that's more standardized.
Does anyone have an issue if we just remove assuming material availability, and
Keep
just keep
guide.
it at, like, end it there? Is that what you're kind of hung up on? Like, end it at walkability and Braintree? And that way, it really doesn't lock anybody into anything? Thank you. Okay, there's some other strategies, and I'm curious if anyone wants to move any of the other two strategies forward. So if you don't like them, don't move them forward, but if you like them,
I have an issue with the developed on-street parking plan for public roads and considerations. You want to establish a process for enforcing parking violations, which we don't do currently, or it's not seen. I've never seen it, maybe 2 years ago. And then you want to charge the residents.
Amy, I'm sorry, can we just get you to talk into the mic? Sorry.
I think we really need
to fix establish the process for enforcing parking violations such as resident charges to property, charging residents on their property taxes. It's not so much as the residents that are causing the issues with the parking, and we don't enforce any of it currently. We spent a ton of money on signs, and none of, in my area, from my view, they're not paid attention to. So we have people that park in front of my store 5-6 hours at a time, and nothing happens. So, and I fought so hard to get those 15-minute parking in 30-minute, something needs to go, and I don't think the residents should be charged for this. I think that the wording on this needs to be fixed.
So we don't have to add it, those are additional, the two at the develop an on-street parking plan for public roads and the establish a process for, so those aren't in there, is my understanding. Are
Correct.
not
I
in
would,
there?
we can definitely talk about the wordsmithing. I just want to clarify, it's for resident, that specific part is if residents violate the parking,
it's
essentially
the
there's no one
residents.
following up on those fines, so adding their resident fines that residents accrued because they violated parking to their
Okay.
property taxes to ensure they pay it.
Okay, so it's
But
the
we can
wording.
definitely wordsmith that, if
But that's
that
not in
does
there
move in.
Now, correct? Like, these additional strategies are
That's not in now, this was just an
You
idea
don't have to add.
that someone raised. So if you do choose to move it into the short list, then we can wordsmith to make that more clear.
It needs,
I have a question. Don't the tickets go on your license if you don't pay them? I haven't gotten a ticket in forever.
In the town of Braintree, there are no parking tickets given out currently in the town of Braintree.
But if you did get one, it does go.
It would go against your license, correct, but not your property taxes.
Right, okay. And are you advocating for this? I just
Oh,
couldn't hear.
I'm advocating for
Okay.
this,
but
I
not the
just-
property.
but not the property tax side,
Okay,
your driver's license side.
Enforcement.
yeah.
So what if we just eliminate the such as and just say, establish a process for enforcing parking violations, period, and move that up into the short list?
Yes, please.
One of the takeaways, we did a local rapid recovery plan with MAPC, and one of the takeaways was that we actually have a decent supply of parking, and I'll call out South Braintree Square. I know you're very familiar with that, Amy. It's that the people are not, get your coffee and get out. Like, I don't mean it that way, but like, literally, like, please.
But even if they had to, I mean, you have people that go to the hair salon for 7 hours. So if you do start getting tickets, then they're more liable to come out in between their service, go move their car, and then open it up for somebody else. And it's not just that. We have people that park and take the train.
Yep.
You know, there needs to be some type of follow-up for all that money that we spent on the signs that were put up in the town. Does that make sense?
I'd put meters in if I
I
had.
would too. I think that even if they did a 50-cent meter,
If you drop in 700 in Bruce Fish's, you can put a quarter
correct,
in a
you can
meter.
pay to park in the 3-hour parking lot.
Sorry.
And pay it additionally. I think that that would help a lot. Even me as my workers, we're trying to carpool at this point, just to create somewhere else to park. So put up a meter, put up a town meter, charge them $1 to park there for 3 hours. Something like that should,
Now, that is essentially the census behind the other additional strategy idea to create the on-street parking plan. It doesn't, I guess we could talk about whether it's the on-street or whatever, but with the consideration for revenue generation, which would be the meters. So based on that conversation, I'm just curious if we'd like to also discuss moving that into the short list.
I think that would be a great idea.
I think both of those should.
I just think the property tax,
No, that I get. That's why I asked. I
Yeah.
think it goes on your license.
it should, and you should lose your license if you don't pay them.
One of the ideas around the first strategy, the develop the on-street parking, for example, employees maybe a few blocks out of the square, on side streets where there's a ton of unregulated parking happening now, the employees can get for $5 a month, and they can park in the side streets. 3 blocks out, save the prime spots for the customers, the employees go a few blocks out, those areas are designated, everyone's got the stickers, and I'll use Tremont Street as an example. You know, the parking there is out of control, both sides, you gotta stop, someone's gotta go by, and make it reasonable, understanding these are our service workers, and they're supporting our small business community. But so that they know my car's parked, it's safe, I can go do my job, and I don't have to worry when I get out of work.
I agree. I think something like that should be implemented and discussed.
Suggesting that these people park in front of other people's residences on
Yeah.
side streets? I don't know, if I lived in one of those houses, I might want to park my own car in front of the house.
But if it's living there, would it be terrible to have somebody park?
It's already happening, Liz, if you, I mean, Amy can probably speak to it more than me, but I'm constantly driving around, we see the same cars, we see them in a
Or
different,
even parking on one
Yeah.
side of the street,
Yeah.
there has to be a way that we can navigate. Tremont Street is so scary to drive.
Yeah.
French's, they're extremely scary to drive, and they're also more horrifying to walk on, because cars are getting so irritated, you can't, it's supposed to be a two-way street.
Right.
What if we do parking on one side? Something along those lines.
It also slows down the traffic, though, and that's sometimes why people do that.
And I
on
get
some
that, as a
streets.
resident, I see that, and I
Yeah.
believe that a resident should throw their car in there every once in a while to slow down
Yeah.
the traffic. Absolutely, but as a business owner, and I want to generate it, I also have 11 employees, sometimes 4 on at a time. You know, I'm picking up 2 people, but if I'm busy, I can't take them home,
Right.
and then they're stuck taking an Uber home because I can't do it. We have to work on a better way to enforce and make some money off of it. The town can make a fortune.
Right.
Give me a ticket book, I'll sit all day out front.
Yeah. I mean, even some of the businesses have a lot of extra parking if they were willing to work with an agreement with the community. And those spaces, you know, the Bank of America, I mean, all of those lots have extra spots. I don't, oh, they all do. And there's plenty of opportunity for everybody to kind of, you know,
And all
free
they
up
have
the
to do is
streets for the
communicate.
customers.
And that's something else too, is I saw it in one of the other ones, about having somebody to go to as a liaison at the town to work with other businesses and make it more educational as to who we can go to. Let's apply for some grants, let's figure out a contract, things on that end, which comes into the grant writing. Thank you.
At the designated parking zone.
Can't hear you.
Designated parking zones.
So we'd like to move that into,
Looks good. Does anyone have opposition? Okay. I don't love parking in front of people's houses either. I feel like we're not a city.
and to be clear, that was just an example, but this
Yeah.
strategy doesn't necessarily.
No, I know it
Okay.
doesn't, I know, yeah.
You know, we have the fair, we
Yeah.
can go on the fair during the day, there are a lot of other places.
Okay, so 3, we're done, so we're gonna go to 4. And why don't we start with anyone that has an issue, a change, a concern?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Liz?
So, I think, what does everybody think about adding back in 4A, explore the acquisition of wooded areas in residential neighborhoods to preserve buffers from incompatible uses? I know this is something that would probably be near and dear to the people around St. Thomas More.
We did hear that quite a bit in the, I think it was the senior center and the NBCA 4A.
Right, right.
I think people are concerned, you know, in different neighborhoods.
So I'm wondering if
Does anyone
people
have
want
an
to
issue?
add that back in?
Peter?
We discussed it at, I think it was actually at the Conservation Commission, and
Yeah.
some of the low scores were because they felt that if the town acquired that property, it would just turn into a dumping zone. So maybe explore the acquisition of wooded areas, incorporate some policing mechanism too, so that they don't just turn into where people dump their leaves, and
Okay.
all that stuff.
Maintained open space, maintained but open space by the town.
Under some jurisdiction.
Community gardens.
Yeah. Yeah, some type of a recreation and, you know, maintaining, keeping it clean.
We have a, out of our office, It's only, is it 6 hours a week or 3 hours a week? It's a very low, it's 6 hours a week of patrolling our open space areas. We have a ranger and cleaning up stuff, and sometimes some areas get pretty bad, sometimes not so bad, but we do have that, but we could definitely use more hours to keep the areas. I think when the areas are clean and they're patrolled and the signage and there's awareness, you see a guy out there with a vest on, you'll likely be less disruptive to that area, potentially. And one of the other things, or kind of just like a follow-up that I was thinking about, when it says explore the acquisition, do you mean by the town acquiring that land? Is that what this is?
It could be the town, or it could be, I guess, some kind of a trust. The other thing I was thinking, and I think it would be something that the town might be able to utilize, would be to encourage possibly high school kids going on to college to do some type of community service and use that service to clean up some of these properties around town. And that might be one way, whether it's, you know, Boy Scout, Girl Scout, community-type clubs, encouraging them to do community service for that type of thing.
I know, I guess I'm just kind of curious and would love to hear from the group on, so it says, explore the acquisition of wooded areas in residential neighborhoods to preserve buffers from incompatible uses. So I know there's a lot of talk about St. Thomas More and that's residential and residential. Are we saying residential and residential is incompatible?
No, well, I mean, that might...
I'm just trying to understand.
That's
like-
just one example. For example, there's a wooded lot on Stores Ave that is, the top of it is Washington Street, and then it goes behind the residential homes on Stores Ave, the top part.
Behind the Braintree Auto Body?
No, behind the nail spa place across from Kristen's, across from,
Yeah, and then there's, yeah, but that land is behind, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's behind the Braintree Auto.
yeah,
Yep.
behind the,
It is.
the synagogue.
Yeah, behind
Yeah.
Braintree Auto.
Okay, yes, it is behind
Yeah.
Braintree Auto,
Yeah,
yes.
because it's over a little and it goes
Yeah.
all behind the houses, all the way down to,
Bestick,
yep, the
Yep.
brook, yep.
okay. So something like that might be another example. You know, and I don't know if there's access, I think there is access on Washington Street to that property. But I do think it also might have wetlands back there.
It does. Yeah, that big one.
So that's just one
No,
example.
is it the one?
I don't know how everybody feels about it.
I agree, and I also think that
Oh, there's
St. Thomas More.
two pieces over there. One's owned by a bunch of nuns
Oh, great, they'll probably
with,
sell it.
with no frontage, so that's not even developable.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so that, in that particular case.
We
unless-
wouldn't need to buy it.
Well, unless they combined or a house sold out, but that's
Oh.
all zoned residential. So I guess,
Okay.
yeah, so,
Well, I didn't know because I thought it had access from Washington Street.
no, that one's locked. The next one is behind the Braintree Auto, which all the part that you're talking about that's undeveloped is all zoned residential.
couldn't it be residential, like, couldn't it be rezoned? Couldn't something happen along the way where they were asking for a rezone? And,
It could be rezoned, yeah.
right, so I mean, I feel like we say it, like St. Thomas More, and that neighborhood is very concerned, and I think they're worried about something could be rezoned, right? And then it's incompatible.
But is residential and residential incompatible? I'm just asking a question. Do people think that?
If it's, I think what we're thinking of is residential, and then somebody builds a 4-story residential. Multifamily.
Okay,
So
and
residential to residential is considered incompatible.
another...
Different types of residential, like, you know, an apartment building is not compatible with a single-family neighborhood.
Yeah, okay.
I think that people have spoken on that.
I don't know what everybody thinks.
All right, so does anyone have an issue adding that? Okay, let's add it. So I have an issue with 4AA. The intent, I actually asked for this one to be included, and I wrote this one, and the intent has been completely destroyed. So I want to be clear of what the intent was and make sure we bring it back to life, because every group that I've been in has shown major support for this. So increasing neighborhood buffers to a minimum of 150 feet, limiting vehicular and pedestrian access to already established neighborhoods back in, and C and D have nothing to do with my intent. So out it goes, and that's what I would like to propose.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of increasing neighborhood buffers to a minimum of 150 feet?
So our master plan and our survey and everything that the
No,
residents...
just an example, like
So,
what?
so the example would be the Zorn project, right? So
Okay.
there's a 2-foot buffer they're proposing to the neighborhood, right? So I'm saying, no, it should be a 150-foot buffer.
That's a setback. That particular dimension is a setback. So we do have some sections in the ordinance that deal with buffers. They're to zone lines. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, that is this to take the section that says if you are a residential zoning district and you abut a highway business or a commercial district, you need to be 100 feet from that zone line.
150.
Right, but now it says, I'm just
Yes.
reiterating the current
Yes.
zoning, because it doesn't say neighborhoods, it doesn't say
Yes,
in your
exactly,
description.
from incompatible land uses. And this was for the #1 goal of the master plan and the residents was to protect
Okay.
residential
The
neighborhoods.
current ordinance is from zoning districts.
The-
That's what we have in the books now. We already have a buffer requirement of 100 feet when you're a residential or open space
Yep.
abutting a highway business or a
Yes.
commercial district.
So I'm saying 150.
Okay, I just want to understand, so I think that
Yes.
we
So
should
changing the words.
wordsmith that to be clear, because
Yes.
increasing neighborhood buffers to 150 could mean 15 different things.
Okay,
And
so
your
when you-
example was an actual setback. That was a distance from,
So maybe I mean setback as well.
we're not increasing the setbacks to 150 feet.
Okay, so...
Sorry.
So 150 feet from a residential neighborhood
To a zone line.
to a zone line?
Yes.
And the zone line, explain that to me. Is that the property line
Nope, it's where one zoning district ends and a new one starts.
and a new one starts? So just in practical use here, sometimes all roads lead to Zorn, so let's go with,
No, we can use that as an example.
let's just go with okay, that building. So tell me, I'm thinking 150 feet from the edge of the school.
Can I pull up the zone? Actually, can you go to, is that the zoning map?
I just have the one that we made, but I can pull up a different one.
If you can zoom in.
Yeah.
I can,
Enforce setbacks.
if I can just show an example and I'll grab
Okay.
one.
What do you need me to zoom in on? Okay.
Example, yep, moron, thank you, Bill. For an example, and I'm gonna, can you zoom in just a little more so we can just make sure everyone can see? And okay, so this right here is a zone line, and this is a zone line. So we have highway business and we have open space conservancy. So right now, the ordinance says, and we have a lot of pre-existing non-conforming areas, because this wasn't put in place till, yeah, more recent than a lot of things have been developed, that says the first 100 feet into the highway business or commercial zone is to be left as natural as possible.
Okay, I think that's what I meant, 150 feet, though.
Okay, okay, I just want to be clear, that's all. Okay. Was
Now,
that
show me a setback, then. Sorry, because I guess I don't understand.
I will, yeah, so if we can go Do you mind popping the town GIS for me? Thank you. So a setback, while she's pulling it up, is the distance from a structure to a property line.
Okay, and so, since all roads lead back to zone,
Yeah,
so so tell me the distance proposed from the structure to the property line that's required by the town. What's that setback?
requirement?
But it's 2 feet.
I don't have that plan right in
Okay,
front of
but just a, so,
me. You're gonna pull it up? I'll
so
show you
it's
an
supposed to be a setback, just so I'm clear, like what it's supposed to be. A
So
setback,
there's buffers that are to zone lines. Now, we talked earlier, and I don't want to confuse people too much, about split lots. So there's people that have zoning boundaries going down the middle of their lot and have buffers off those. Like, so there's some situations, and that's where people get special permits, because we're not going to say, oh, develop the front, leave 100 feet empty up against the zone line, and then develop the back half on your own lot. So we have another example. Actually, a good example is the seal coat. Is it 825 Granite? Do people know what I'm talking about, where Coca-Cola used to be? Yeah. So all of that land in the front is open space and conservancy, and that was all developed. So we worked with them to pull things back a little bit and add some landscaping in. So there's different examples between.
but like, what's a setback? Oh,
Setback
right.
is, yeah, I mean, buildings and property.
A layperson, let me give it a shot.
Yeah.
So like at your house, you can't build your house more than, let's say, 20 feet from the lot line. So you have your sidewalk, and
To
then
the
you have to
sidewalk
have
or to
20
the
feet
neighbor.
as your walk up to your house. That's a setback.
Okay, so,
It's not a buffer, but it's a setback. You can't get too close to your neighbor.
what's the mandated setback
It
of
varies, it would vary.
commercial, I guess, highway
That
business?
would vary too, depending on the kind of business.
For commercial, so we have minimum lot requirements, dimensional requirements for a new lot, and then we have setbacks. So for example, the minimum front yard setback in a commercial district is 35 feet. A side yard setback's 20 feet, and the rear yard's 35 feet. So if you're going to put a structure on a conforming lot, you have to meet all those setbacks in order to get a building permit.
Okay,
The perimeter, giving the space around, that's a setback.
okay.
And the buffer is the space between the building and the setback, or the building and the zone?
And we enforce these setbacks all the time?
Anything, the buffer requirements is anything, not just buildings.
Okay,
Yep.
Well,
Okay.
I meant residential. but
okay.
not-
I'm sorry to
Well, no,
hijack
it
this.
applies I would say unfortunately, that's something that applies now in the residential property. So if you're residential and you abut open space, you have a 30-foot, no, don't do anything zone. Now, we'll do an example. The side setback in a Res B is 10 feet. Well, if you're next to open space, it bumps it up to 30. So there's different applications for different zones abutting other zones, open space to commercial districts, residential to commercial, and residential to open space. In the general business, which is like in our squares, the buffer is only 10 feet, which is equal to the setbacks, because those are all very dense areas, and respectfully, there would be no South Braintree Square if we did 100-foot buffers. It would be the whole block, essentially.
So would it be appropriate, since residential neighborhoods are a major focus of this entire plan, to specify in this plan as a strategy to enforce setbacks between incompatible land uses?
No, and the reason why is any person in any municipality in Massachusetts can go and ask for a variance. You can put that in there, but they can still ask for a variance, and they can still obtain a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals if it's willing to be granted. You can't tell people, I think we had talked about that maybe early on in this process. Something had come up like, we don't want to allow, you can't, that's like saying to somebody, you can't get a building permit. There's state laws that we kind of fall under.
Could we say, to enforce the setbacks for incompatible land uses when it can affect the impact on a residential neighborhood negatively?
Well, then that would be criteria for the variance to be denied.
Yes, but could that be a strategy?
It could.
Because I think one of the things that struck me as we were going through this, and there's so much focus during the vision of protecting neighborhoods, and that came up in the survey as like the number one thing, right? So, but then there was very little support for that in this plan.
I have to say, and I've been 20-plus years looking at zoning board of appeal applications in this town, people getting the variance setbacks are residents. They're residential. We have a lot of non-conforming properties, and we have a lot of people that want to go into those setbacks. On the non-residential side, it's mostly signs. And in the past few years, or past maybe 10 years or so, we've given a few variances for density, but very few setback variances. And Connor, jump in if I'm wrong, for commercial structures.
I think it might be a dozen within the last 3 years in terms of dimensional relief for commercial structures.
Would it be possible to enforce setbacks when it's a dramatic increase in density, even though, I mean, obviously, we all keep going back to ZOM. So we're saying...
I would caution anybody on one specific thing sort of creating, the worst thing you can do is have reactive zoning.
knee-jerk reactions.
And unfortunately, this community had a lot of that based on one particular developer that was doing things that people didn't like. And, we don't like that. Let's say we don't do that. Well, what do we like? Why don't we talk about what we actually do like and promote that?
So my concern is when somebody is buying a property and yet they know all of the stipulations around it, and yet they want to change the zoning to fit their property. I mean, so you're going from a residential neighborhood to a dramatic increase in density, so there's definitely a change. So in a situation like that, is there any way of saying dimensional setbacks should be enforced to...
No, that's given. All setbacks should be enforced. That's why it's a variance, Liz. Yeah, that's like, setbacks should be, and, I have to say, there's a lot of communities...
It's like saying don't steal.
Yeah, and there's a lot of communities in Massachusetts that it is impossible to get a variance.
Yeah.
Impossible. But those communities work on their zoning and they improve their zoning. If a community is constantly seeing the same variance, and Jen, I'd love to hear your input on this, something's wrong with the zoning. It doesn't work. And I know people might not want to hear that, but that is something as planners that if somebody keeps coming for the same thing, maybe there's something wrong with that criteria.
Or maybe there's a trend in development that doesn't fit in most towns.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be. I know people have different opinions, but again, when you, in general terms, in the world we operate as planners, that's a problem. If you have to keep varying from a requirement, the requirement should be looked at, and that's sort of what we're kind of. You want zoning in your community to be reflective of the built environment and how you want to see that environment to adapt. And I don't want to get too into that because I could talk for hours, and I know people are looking at their clocks. I just wanted to make sure, does any more questions on setbacks and buffers?
I want to get back to this.
You're going to remove D from that?
Okay, yeah, so let's go to, so my ask was that on 4AA, amend zoning requirements, and thank you for the explanation, Melissa, because I didn't understand the difference. Okay, amend zoning requirements to strengthen protections for neighborhoods that abut potential developments by increasing neighborhood buffers to a minimum of 150 feet and limiting vehicular and pedestrian access to already established neighborhoods. And that was the end of it. Yes.
Well, I had two questions. One was, I don't know what do you mean by limiting vehicular and pedestrian access. And the other thing is, I want to talk about C and D, I know you want them out, and maybe we deal with them differently, because I don't want to eliminate them entirely. But I was also kind of curious about how you were thinking we were going to limit you talking about like speed bumps or signs or what, how?
so-
I assume you mean beyond the people that like live there.
Well, so I don't think a complex belongs on top of a neighborhood, right? I mean,
Yeah,
so.
but what's it, I mean, this is just about access.
Yeah, so I don't think there should be like, so let's say, okay, I'm
Okay,
sorry,
yeah, give
Liz,
me-
go ahead.
So the Holland project that's proposed behind Braintree Square, adjacent to the Archbishop Williams football field, they're having an entrance come in up next to Dependable Cleaners, go in that way, go around the building, and then it's going to exit onto Stores Ave. What you're creating is a throughway
So
for
you're saying-
That
cars.
was a right turn only though, Liz.
So
That was
what
a
you're-
right
so you're-
turn only on Stores. That
Okay,
was
but
a
you're
right
talking
turn
about
out.
No, it
access.
wasn't. It never has gotten to that point. It
Well,
might,
I apologize. It would have been, it would have been a condition if it was approved. I
but my
apologize.
point is, you're going to get people that are going to cut off going through the square, and they're going to use that as a cut-through. You're creating a new thoroughfare by doing that.
I think we need
And
to
I think
preserve the
that's a
neighborhoods.
perfect example,
So you
I
meant
think, for
for
that.
other purpose, using it for other purposes or other activities beyond,
Well, I don't think I don't think a business or an apartment belongs in a neighborhood. So I think it's kind of, a non-issue, right? Like, it doesn't belong in a single-family neighborhood. It shouldn't have an apartment building, unless it was already there for some reason, at the end of a road with single-family homes where there's drivers, Ubers, and DoorDash, coming in and out constantly. Yes.
so how do you want to limit it?
How am I going to
What
limit
is
it?
your thinking? I mean, I'm just trying to envision what this would look like if we were
Okay.
going to implement
Justine?
it. Do you have an idea?
The objective here was how could the neighborhood be protected versus specifically saying, oh, increase the height, that's where the variance and that's where the planning is. The objective of this is how could a neighborhood, a single-family neighborhood, be protected from development is the main objective, so that's why.
Right, like the end at the back of the plaza, the gate, right? Like that's in and out, right? For that entire complex, an entire mall, which is often police chases through single-family homes. A police chase went right through Justine's driveway. So, like, if you don't live there, you don't know it.
Okay, I just didn't.
So I think that neighborhood has had enough for crime and access and their share of shooters and everything. So I think that when you abut a property it should exit elsewhere. It shouldn't exit onto a single-family neighborhood. And
Do you have examples of ones that do?
well, I would say that the Zon project would. It would impact a single-family neighborhood all
No,
of a
but
sudden.
it's not, there's no exit into the neighborhood.
Well, there's a gate, and in the drawings, that gate is open.
The gate will never open.
Well, we say the gate will never open, we say that we protect residential neighborhoods, we say so many things. So I don't buy it. And in their drawings and in their little renderings, the gate is open. So I think we need to protect, this is a quiet neighborhood with a quiet neighborhood school. And
Let's try not to get too.
yeah,
too
I know. Well, there's
specific.
that, but everyone is asking for an example, so I can't, I can give that example. I would hope that,
No, one that actually exists, like one where it's like, you want this in there because of.
yeah, like if
what
you
may
think about like the
happen or
Granite
something that
Park
has.
neighborhood, and there's like corporate and doctor's offices, like you wouldn't want like a cut-through that heads into Granite Park, right? You wouldn't want some sort of cut-through that goes from Granite Park into the
Right, and that-
Forbes, I don't know.
Right.
if that's-
Yep, I know what you're
So,
talking about.
so you wouldn't want, if you put apartments there, all those people to come flooding into your neighborhood.
Right, and there are no connections. There are no connections there either.
Well, no, I'm actually,
Getting sure
I'm-
that it's
I'm-
going to be commercial. For example, if that apartment building did go there and they're getting food delivery, more than likely, if, say they're getting food delivery from somewhere in South Braintree Square, they're going to drive through the neighborhood and they're going to drop off at the back of the building.
because the
They're not
frontage
gonna drive
is-
through the
is-
South
is
Shore
on a
Plaza.
single-family street.
Actually, an awesome example is where Raina lives. And that development exits out onto John Maher Highway, not, there is an emergency exit in the back. We've never had to use it, thank God, I don't think. Maybe you don't.
Fire, yeah, we have.
Oh, you have, okay.
Yeah.
But there is a secondary entrance in the back that opens right up to the Plain Street neighborhood, and that's only for emergency access. So that's an example. I mean, 9 out of 10 times, I mean, most people come through, Lenox Farms, they come right off of Liberty Street instead of coming, back through the neighborhood and hooking up to some of the side streets. So most of those, Ridge, yeah, all of them exit out onto pretty main streets.
That is the difference also if you're looking at South Shore Plaza as a commercial retail versus that area just residential.
But this is blanket, that's why.
So that's what I'm trying to say, that how could we word it, the neighborhood, single-family neighborhood get protected, but not like,
From traffic associated with larger development.
Yeah.
From
I mean,
traffic
on-
and access.
On the pedestrians, I think, just needs to be crossed out, I'm sorry. Telling people where they can and can't walk, that's just, these are public streets, not to mention. There's certain things that, streets are laid out for cars to go through.
Well, I guess that's why it just doesn't belong there. I mean, you know what I mean? It's a single-family neighborhood, and I don't think that having 500 people on top of them is a fair. Like, you wouldn't want it on your street, I'm sure you wouldn't want it on yours.
I'm not
don't
talking about
think-
development, I'm talking
Yeah.
about vehicles and people driving on streets and walking on sidewalks and telling people you can't walk on the street. This says limiting pedestrians. I think we would want to encourage pedestrian access and people walking.
Well, it kind of depends, to be honest with you. It
Yeah,
really
the planning
depends
board-
what it is. I've seen, so we live on the reservoir, and I've seen some very unfortunate things happen across that water. Very unfortunate things. I can't unsee. So, I think that I would prefer there not be access, to be honest. I would prefer that
What I
my
can
kids don't see that.
What I can say is that, again, most of our notes came from the technical working session. That's where we got a lot of the content. And folks were generally supportive of 4AA, but they said keep A and C, and we added D based on comments, and we can get there in a second because I know you wanted to talk about that. But it was B that they really had the issue with, was limiting vehicular and pedestrian
What if we take out the pedestrians
access.
and just limit the vehicular?
Okay. So, does anyone have an issue, so we can move on, with 4AA, amend zoning requirements to strengthen protection for neighborhoods that abut potential developments by A, increasing neighborhood buffers to a minimum of 150 feet, limiting vehicle access to already established neighborhoods, ensuring appropriate size and scale of new buildings that do not detract from the already established neighborhood, and period. Does anyone have an issue with that? Yeah, that would be how it read.
I did want to clarify, because the intention of this is to protect neighborhoods, and D would in fact help protect your neighborhoods. The idea of D is step-up height allowances, meaning that the height next to the residence has to be the same height as residents, and you cannot go any higher, but as you move away from the neighborhood, there is potential for higher allowances. So it's step
It's
up.
Somebody can say, I am 10 feet away,
Well, it
and
would be-
now I need 4 stories, you know what I mean?
That's going to limit that.
I don't read it like that. I
As
don't
if
read it
it
that
sounds
way.
like we want to increase the number of stories that are allowed in our height allowance.
I don't read it that way.
I'm just saying one speaker at a time, that was all I was saying, sorry.
Oh,
There was a lot of
I
talking.
couldn't tell, okay. Who wants to speak? Amy?
Encouraging, nope, forget it, I lost that thought. I have it, but I
What
lost
if we, I think this is just a clarification issue. What if we just flipped it? It's the same thing, I'm telling you, as a planner, but it might sound better to you. What if we say, encourage decreasing height allowances as development transitions closer to residential? Yeah, and that's what we're saying, but it, yeah.
Stepping is an awesome tool. I really wish that we had that in our
That's why I
in our
put that little
ordinance.
picture, but I know it wasn't great. I was trying to show you what it was, a little
Okay.
picture.
All right, so is that okay with everybody? Okay, here we go. So the crossed out areas, just the red areas, I'm only reading a 4AA. So instead of limiting vehicular and pedestrian, we're just saying limiting vehicular. And then for D, we're saying encourage decreasing height.
Height allowances as development transition, oh, no, as development moves closer to, I'm sorry, I'm just,
Residential
closer to
neighborhoods.
residential uses. So we just took like the zoning language out of it and made it more the same thing. I know something that folks talked about was like properties blocking the sun. They wanted to make sure there weren't tall properties next to neighborhoods blocking the sun. And so this was an idea that came out of that, and the idea for protection of the neighborhoods was to have shorter heights closer to the neighborhoods.
Okay. So, Tom, are you on board with that, or do you want changes?
Eliminating the pedestrian access, but one more time on the
Okay,
second thing.
Okay, so ensuring appropriate size and scale of new buildings that do not detract from the already established neighborhood, and encouraging decreasing height,
Can you all see that? I can make it.
decreasing height allowances as developers move closer to residential neighborhoods.
Okay, I got it with the second part.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Okay, so
We might wordsmith that a little, because
We're
the
done with
development's
4A.
not really moving, so, but don't worry about that now, we can
Right.
fix
We're
it.
not changing the meaning of it, it's just
Yeah.
We're just tired and we can't think of the right words.
Okay.
sentence structure part of it.
Yeah.
All right, does anyone have an issue with anything else? Oh, geez, okay.
Cost out because, example, if looking at all the houses in similar fashion, somebody want to put a big giant steel building next to it. So I don't know, when we talk about compatible neighborhood, why we're crossing out the design.
If the community is interested in residential design guidelines or any kind of design guidelines, that's completely separate and in addition to your zoning requirements. They're typically regulated by a separate board. Some communities create them and they use a consultant to do the review for that. But I want people to truly understand, and Jen, if you could jump in and help me, the design guidelines are more shape, form.
Yeah, it'll be architectural style,
Yeah.
materials.
They typically don't regulate color.
The size and the scale is typically regulated by zoning anyway. It's the design that would be a separate process. You'd probably establish a design review board with architects and people like that on it. You'd have design guidelines. We actually had, I think it was struck at one point, but we had an example from the town of Arlington, Massachusetts, that created very tailored design guidelines for every neighborhood in Arlington. They looked at what the existing residential architecture looked like, and they had all these diagrams. We gave you a link early on. You might have seen it, and that was actually struck out as not something that people wanted to see in. So, if you're looking for design guidelines, that would be a different animal than zoning. Which is, I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying we've been through this, and somebody took it out. I don't remember now how it got out, but I know that it was not favored.
So we heard in the comments, folks were pretty acceptable with like size and scale being included. They weren't super favorable of like design as a term being here. We heard pretty loud and clear, folks weren't. In the technical, yes, sorry, in the technical working sessions, we heard pretty loud and clear people were not interested in more regulations for what people could do and what buildings could look like. They were not, and I think a lot of you in this room were at that housing, so please feel free to correct me if I am misremembering, but I heard a lot like folks wanted less regulations on residents, not more, and so by adding design, that would increase like what folks can do.
Would this really be a house? This would not really be a house, we're talking a building, right? So I mean, like, they're not talking about...
It depends how you write it. I mean, the one in Arlington does look at all neighborhoods. So if you have a new house, let's say there's a lot between two existing houses that's developable, the design guidelines would apply to that new house. So it could be a new single-family house that a design review board with architects would look at and approve the design for, you know, go ahead, do you have something, Rhiannon? Or in addition to a house. You could, it depends on how you write it. You can have exemptions, you can write it in different ways, but that could be something you include if you want to have review over additions to
Well,
existing homes.
I'm thinking of that metal awful garage on Brewster Ave in the Highlands, right? So if there were design, guidelines, a metal huge structure wouldn't be able to go up to in between three nice single-family homes that don't have any metal.
We didn't
We've got a
specify.
whole separate, I'm sorry, Jen, but
That's okay.
I think Connor and I added into, and I'm not sure, oh yeah, it's actually in the bottom here, consider amending zoning ordinance to include provisions for regulating accessory structures. We had something included in the comprehensive rezone, obviously that's old news, but the accessory structures need to be looked at in this community. There's
And
a
that
lot
would
of them,
fall.
and they're very big. Now, size is one thing, stories is another thing, setbacks, those are all things that are regulated by zoning. And then when we turn to look through the materials, you know, I think I think, just based on our experience, I mean, even the people that we deal with that go to the zoning board of appeals, I mean, it's very, very difficult working with homeowners. When they file, they want to blow it out, you know. There's some neighborhoods in this, in Braintree that have gone through some substantial turnover and sort of different things happening, and it is nothing like the, what are we saying, the existing neighborhood? I mean, it couldn't be more different. I think that the example that you had given, which thankfully has corrected itself with some resolutions.
Oh, good.
You know, but how do we, I think if we gave some basic things about certain materials, that might be helpful, but getting into deep design guidelines,
Okay.
that, yeah, I don't want to, yeah, I'll
But
just,
maybe that consider amending zoning ordinance to include provisions to regulating, because that would have protected against that crazy garage.
it would have.
Okay.
It wouldn't be that big, that tall, that anything.
Okay, so I guess in that case, maybe if we could keep 4A as changed, and then I would ask if we could consider amending zoning ordinance to include provisions for regulating accessory structures. And the reason, I don't know if you guys are aware of that garage that was going up on Brewster. Yeah, I think.
That's just one example.
Yeah,
There's
it's just
one
one
on
example.
Franklin that
Yeah.
you've probably driven by a million times. It's bigger, double
Yeah.
the size of Brewster.
Okay, so it just, you know, if your neighbor decided that they're gonna put up a big metal garage, I mean, you might not like to look at it, you know, necessarily, but does anyone object to moving that up? Okay, so we're good with 4AA and then moving that up. Does anyone have any others? Let's,
I have a question. I'm just unsure. What does 4N, What are we talking about? Can you explain that a little bit? I mean, I understand what the Monadnock River Walk, but what does it mean? Use public improvement special permit process to offer flexibility in use and/or dimensional requirements for town-owned developments that create public gathering spaces for the Braintree community at large. All right, I understand that part, but what is the beginning part of it
Yeah.
mean?
If I could weigh in and then offer just a small revision. So this is a widely used tool. You'll take, let's say you have a development and they want to build exactly out to the setbacks, and it's a 4-story district and they're at 4 stories. Communities will work with developers to get amenities on the ground, open space areas, gathering areas, art walks is a big one now. I love art walks. And they'll say, okay, shrink the building up a little bit on the first floor. Let's open up these amenities so that development now interacts with the public. It's not just for the people that live there or the people that work there. It could be any type of development. And we'll let you go up 1 story. That's how that's used.
And I actually think it's not town-owned developments. Is
Right,
that the
it's just-
correction? I
yeah,
think that's a mistake.
That's the correction, Jen. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a trade-off. You're getting something that serves the public and serves the community, and has a little bit of a different feel, especially at the street level, for a trade-off or something. So they're still getting the development that they would be allowed to build within the setbacks and the height. The amount of that, it's just shrunk up a little bit and goes up a little bit more.
Okay,
That's just an example. It could
Okay.
be, okay, we'll set it back further because we want you to have an outdoor dining area for all the people that are gonna go get coffees and subs. We'll create a plaza for them, and we'll let you go a little bit further in the rear yard.
the problem I see with that is the town, the residents that I've heard from and what we saw during the comprehensive zoning plan were very much against raising the building height requirements.
Oh, yeah.
So that concerns me.
It might not be height, Liz, those are just examples. That happens to be a very popular one because when you eliminate building on the first floor, that's where the opportunity
Right.
opens up for the public spaces.
Yeah, but I don't see that being something that the residents really are looking for. So I don't know if maybe that can be tweaked, but I wouldn't support that.
Question about how is community being involved and ensure that their voices be heard? Because if I'm, as a newcomer to the government, the town structure, I seen that a lot of time our voting is not being part of the decisions unless the councils voted, everybody else approved. So even though with this indicate that the community has the vote on it, but just not seeing how the community vote get count.
How are we going to regulate that the community is actually being considered in the approval of a working with the zoning or working with the special appeals? Who migates that, I guess?
I'm sorry, Amy, I can't hear you at all.
Okay, so I understand that who is going to watch and make sure that the community's vote on applying for a special permit is actually heard?
Their vote?
Well, if you want a neighborhood to approve something to see if a special permit, if a building can go up 1 story because they're going to build the Riverwalk. They're going to assist with, I'm assuming this has to go with either Adams Street or somewhere around there at this point. If they're going to assist with the redevelopment of that, which community and who makes sure that the community is their vote, whether they're saying yes or no, that they agree with the new zone and the special permit? Where the impact of the community, who regulates or?
The town council is the one that approves zoning amendments, and I think oh no, I'm sorry, not, but we'd have to amend the ordinance to allow for this in the first place, yes. And then it would be the planning board is the SPGA in Braintree. It's an awesome tool. If people don't like it, they don't like it. It gets public benefits for people. If people aren't interested in that, then they're not interested in that. And if they are, I would strike the town-owned. It should just be all developments and not confine it to just the Riverwalk.
Raina, I think you've been trying to speak.
Oh, well, two things. And you kind of said this, but I mean, there's always a series of public hearings on projects, and oftentimes with this kind of a tool, it's like an additional review process than there might be for other zoning. I think I'm getting ahead of myself here, but so that would be where people have input, and there would probably be more than one opportunity, one with the change, one any specific development, there would be hearings, you know, so that, I think that answers your question a little bit. But I know that you guys hear what people want, but I hear what people want too, and I will just say that I hear people that like this idea because it will be a nicer use of some of, especially underutilized properties, that now you could give back something that would be nicer for the public. And I know it's hard to envision when you don't have an example, but you know, I would just push back a little bit and say, people do like this too, even though you may not hear it. I have said, I've heard this, and I think it got, what kind of a rating did it get? Pretty good rating. I'm just, you know, so I don't want to take it out. I'm okay with modifying it a little bit.
Just clarifying. I don't want to take it out. I think
No,
it's
but
great.
I think others did.
What I meant is how can we ensure our voice being here and being counted? As Melissa say, it was the council, the special permit, everything, but our voice was not counted into the council legally or being counted.
I
as
agree.
was met.
I think so many times we come forward to say the community says, I mean, you know, I hate all roads leading back to Zorn, but I mean, the community has come out, and the community has come out, and the community has come out, and it's like, what more do you want? Like, move it forward, you know? So I feel like in this, you know, not all town officials and boards listen to the residents, and I think it's concerning, so I wouldn't want to rely on that. So I would not, I have an issue with this. And I guess it could be described better, you know, but I have an issue with this. I feel like it's a deal breaker for me. I don't know if it's a deal breaker
Something I
for
heard
anyone else.
earlier was this idea of, and this is, this is mostly about residential, but I'm going to just offer an example here. We talked a little bit about getting developers to help pay for public improvements. This is the process where you get developers to help pay for public improvements that we're recommending your town adopt a process where you can work with developers. You do have to be, I mean, it's a little give and take. We understand that. That's sort of just the way the world works, unfortunately. But, and then 4Y, which you did move to streamline to this short list, would be really that piece of, we say, when developing housing regulations, policies, and programs, including a broader representation of community members, particularly those most impacted by the decision-making process. I hear you about wanting to make sure that folks' voices are heard, and I think perhaps it's not explicit in 4N, but I do think 4Y captures what you're trying to say, and if both of those move forward in the plan, it sounds like your issue isn't necessarily with the public improvement part of it, it's whether or not the community agrees with the public improvement piece.
Or supports, like, what it is that's proposed, I
Right.
guess. You know, like, so if it's, you know, if I'm on one side of town and they, you know, I'm on North Braintree side, and if, you know, they want to, you know, a big condo complex wants to go up in between a few houses on Liberty Street, say, you know, and they want to give us a park, I might be like, oh, they're going to give us a park. You know, like, so go for it. Why can't you go for it? You know, they're going to put 5 stories next to your house, but go for it. You know, like, I feel like it's too vague, and I think that, just as seen in the survey and the data that we've collected on the masses, I feel like it's, we have lots of developments. We have Liberty Farms, we have the one on West Street, we've worked with the developer down in South Braintree Square. I don't think we're opposed to development, but I think making like blanket statements like, if you give us something, we might sacrifice this little group of residents.
It wouldn't be a
It's still a-
blanket
it's still a
statement. It would be
permitting
a detailed
process,
zoning
right.
ordinance.
They would have to apply for this flexibility, and then
Could
you
we
said
say
the
community
planning board would
supported?
be-
Like, could we say, use public improvement special permit process to offer flexibility in use or and dimensional requirements that are community supported and neighborhood supported for the town-owned developments or for town-owned developments or developments that create public gathering spaces? Like, I still think, because, we are built out pretty well, Braintree, like, it's not like we have tons of land for developers to come in and build apartment complexes, so they tend to encroach. So I don't want to sacrifice, I wouldn't want my neighborhood sacrifices, and I don't want to sacrifice anyone else's. And I think that it was clear that people want their neighborhood respected, and I think that it needs to be. And so I feel like there needs to be some sort of clause in there, and I don't feel like we can always rely on the powers that be. Yes?
Comprehensive zoning plan was being considered, the building height requirements was huge. People did not want these raised. This is what I'm hearing, and I really feel like I have to represent the concerns, and
So can we adjust this?
And having gone through so many of the public hearing processes, you might have good intentions here, but you know what? There are people that don't care. There are lawyers that bully their way through. There are board members that don't listen to some residents, and this just gives them one more tool to ignore concerned residents. I can't support this at all. I would like it to be removed.
Peter?
Melissa, can you clarify, when it says to offer flexibility in use or dimensional, does that mean variance of a height requirement or
So-
within an existing height requirement?
So I'm glad that you asked that, Peter, because I wanted to just comment on, now they just go and get a variance and we get nothing. That's what happens. Perfect example. In the general business district, we have 3 stories, but a 50-foot height limitation. You look at floor plates, you're looking at 12 feet on a residential structure. So that gets you to 36, but the 50 feet is really a 4-story building. So people build within the 50-foot height limitation, and then they come and get a variance for that 4th floor. In this particular, something like this, we would say, okay, have it 3 stories, lower the height, and if people want to go to 4 by special permit, it's tied to something that creates an improvement in that development that serves the public, versus I'm going 4, I got my variance, that's it.
But if I wanted to put like another floor on my house, you'd probably say no. Why are we saying go for a variance and you got it, it's all yours? Like, if I wanted to do it, I think that would be a no.
I'm sorry. Because it's under the 50, yeah.
Because it's
It
still
doesn't
in the
even
rule.
make sense.
Because it's still in the rule.
You know,
It's not saying do it anyway and it's legal, they're saying it's within the bubble, what I think of as the development bubble. But now we have a tool that maybe we get something back a little bit. Within, we're not saying add the bubble, make it bigger, saying within the bubble, we want to make it a little
But
nicer.
it doesn't say that, though.
Well, that's better than what we're doing now, is what she's saying.
Yeah. It says process to offer flexibility.
Put in a 4-story building, and they're going to come in and they're going to say, well, you gave it to this guy, so I want to now do a 5-story building, and I'll put picnic tables and a few plants. I'll put 1,000 plants in planters all around the building. I'm going to landscape it. I'm going to do a little walkway in front of the building. You know, I'm
Well,
sorry.
again, if, we should just probably move on. It's widely used, it's very successful for integration and for placemaking, and those are things that a lot of communities care about.
Can I offer I think I have a middle ground for you to consider. What if instead of striking it and instead of keeping it just like this, you say, consider options to incentivize public improvements and benefits from private developers?
Yep.
And then you can figure out the details later, because a whole bylaw change or ordinance change will need to be crafted and presented to town council, go through the whole public process. You don't need to figure out the details now. If you want to just loosen up, make it a little more vague, but you want public benefit, whether it's the river walk, or parks, or whatever it is, and it's trying to get the town to have to pay for it, the private developer pays for it.
A voice here, even though it's public benefit, but if public wants it, is, so you're saying that I really don't need a sidewalk in this building. I live next door to it. That's the question is, how could my voice be counted into this type of special permit? Is the question that we can't get by this one.
Can we add community supported by those directly affected? So that, a neighborhood across town isn't dictating what's in your neighborhood specifically and what you can live with or what you should live with, because the town has a dog park now and you have an apartment complex in your backyard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a public hearing.
Well, I think we're over those public hearings, to be honest with you. Oh, no, I don't mean that. I just mean those
You get support from the people that, in the neighborhood.
people
then
that
you
are directly affected.
Right, but then you have to define that, and then you have to tell somebody else who may be indirectly affected.
So no.
I think that, I think there should be neighborhood support, but I'd be a little careful about how we want to express that. Let me say this also about Jen's suggestion is, and I would go with that, and then, we're going to get another crack at this, so then we can see how it fits into the next round, and, there's still an opportunity to adjust it, remove it.
When is the other crack again? Yeah.
Well, that's why I asked at the beginning about
Yeah,
that.
it's going to go up on the website. We'll have public input. We're going to have the meeting next month. Suggestion, I think we should move on. I'm not trying to tell people what to do, and then I think Sharina's point, leave it right now. I think it might be helpful for examples of what those ordinances look like. I don't know.
We'll leave it with her adjustment.
I don't think we should leave it until we adjust it till people can live with it. I think that's what we've always done, so I think we should work and try to get some verbiage that people can live with, or not live with, or strike it.
This approval,
Me neither.
awarding, some wording indicate that community get the approval or get a say about this special permit.
Liz?
Because I don't think there's any way of making the community approval legally binding. So it's a deal breaker for me. I don't want it. I want it out.
Tom, we were talking about kind of scratching that, the town part. The whole thing is really geared to public improvements on private property, benefits from a development that reach more than the people living there, placemaking, connections, those types of things.
Very narrow. because
Exactly,
The town doesn't own
exactly.
a lot of
Yep.
developments.
Yep.
But the building over there at the landing on Allen Street, the redo of the.
Perfect example.
Of the
Oh
electric.
my God, perfect example. My head is so full. Perfect example, okay. 44 Allen Street. Height relief, public river walk. That's what that was. So now, and they're gonna deed back to the town about, a little bit over an acre of land. So X amount of land, they're developing the site, they get a little bit of height, build out a huge river walk, completely publicly accessible, give that land to the town when they're done constructing it.
That,
Special
Was that-
permit. It's a special permit, it's already in the ordinance.
okay.
Yeah, it already exists. I'm sorry, I'm so, my head is so, I apologize, that was the perfect
So
example.
if there's already a vehicle
Thank
for
you.
this, why are we,
Because it's only in the landing. Yeah,
Ruins
Yep.
for 30 years.
yeah.
So, you know,
yeah, no,
I
that
think-
is a great project, I agree, but
And
I,
that's what this is for.
but,
Doesn't
so if,
define,
zone.
it
It's not
doesn't
for
define
but if it
anything.
already happened, if there's already a vehicle to do this, why do we have this in here?
I think it's only in the landing.
Only in the landing.
It's only in the
zoning
landing.
district.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I guess it's too vague as far as like what it allows, like, so that is nice and it takes, you know, like, but, you know, how do we ensure that it doesn't encroach upon residents, that it's, and that, you know, there isn't some sort of like, okay, you've got 6 stories, like, how do we put some guardrails on this?
That will be in the zoning.
So,
That will be when it's crafted.
right, so this recommends creating a vehicle to do something like that in any place in Braintree. And when you all, or whoever, you know, at the end of this, we're creating that action plan, deciding who's going to, you know, take responsibility for each task. When they go to do this, to make zoning changes, the community needs to support them, to be clear. Like, you can put this in your master plan, but if the community doesn't support your zoning, like, it comes down to a vote. So it needs to be voted on,
But the
essentially.
community doesn't vote. And and
But they're
they're not
elected, right?
always heard by all that do vote. And I'm sure that will change, but you know, you know, as the political climate changes, but, you know, I don't think we can, I think that you're looking at a bunch of people that don't trust the process. And so this is very tricky to read because there's no guardrails. It's offering some flexibility that's not defined. It's dimensional requirements that are not defined. And it's,
But these are all very introductory, like, these are all of, everything in this requires tons of more work. So none of this is like, tomorrow we're gonna have a single stream recycling program, or that was just something that I had remembered. Why don't we just hold and people look at the zoning? People look at the zoning that's in place now, look at the plans for that development. If anyone thinks that's not a good development and thinks that the Riverwalk wasn't a good thing and a
that's
good
nice, but it
trade-off.
doesn't mean it's everywhere. Like, it doesn't mean that's, I'm not, and I think that was community supported, so I think that's great, and that's what I'm looking for. I think that was community supported, so fantastic. I think the landing was community supported, so great. But I think there needs to be some, if there's going to be flexibility that is undefined and dimensional requirements that are also undefined.
They will be defined. That's what the zoning is. It's all defined in there now for the landing. You can go by this by right, you can go here special permit, and you can go here if you do A, B, and C.
Yes, please, Justine.
Say that we can move on, leave it here, but I cannot leave it here without some sort of writing to indicate that the community has a voting right or voting option to in this type of special permit. So as you say, down the road, we can define more, but I cannot leave it without that.
Does I'm sorry, I just screamed into you. I did not mean to do that. Does 4Y capture that, given that they come to this is, you know, this will be a collective list. These are not necessarily separate ideas, they go together. Does 4Y, let's move away from 4N for a second. Does 4Y capture what the energy you're trying to talk about here?
So that's what I'm saying, that in here, if we can add some wording regarding the community, you know, the community has the right to inject this type of special permit, is you can define it later on, as Melissa said, we can add more detail later on for that. But right now, as this, what is documented here, I cannot live with.
And what-
Unless we're adding something about community has the right to vote or have the right to
Justine,
eject.
respectfully, the community will never have the right to vote on a special permit. That is a regulatory process laid out by the state that is dictated either to the planning board, the zoning board of appeals, or a town or a city council under state statute. That's law. We can't change that.
Then why are we putting the law into our
We're not
master
putting a
plan?
law, I'm saying, you keep saying that the community voting, the community members they're not, that vote for a special permit in this community is under the planning board because of the statutory requirements.
I understand that,
Okay.
so I just don't see if we can open up this can of worm without we have options.
I'm wondering if, the next step of this, once we've created the shortlist, is creating sort of a timeline and like the action step. And if we ensure that 4Y comes first, where the community involvement in the, I want to be very specific, that the community members, particularly those most impacted by the decision-making process, are involved in developing housing regulations, policies, and programs, which, if 4N were to be included in this, if 4Y comes first, when whoever is tasked with 4N comes around to it, they have to use 4Y.
So could we add on to 4Y? So when developing housing regulations, policies, or programs, and I won't read it all, current residents that could be negatively, I added that myself, current residents that could be negatively impacted, work, and then put something along the lines of use the public improvement special permit process to potentially offer publicly supported by the community relief or flexibility that's
It's like
supported.
combining 4Y and 4N?
Combining it so that the impact is stronger, that we're saying what we need to hear, is that we need to hear that when developing housing regulations, we need the planning board to hear that when developing housing regulations, policies, or programs, I'm sorry.
What if at the end it said,
we need it to be heard as part of a broad sense, but also as it relates to 4N?
what if it said, if it was all of the text of 4Y to include the broader sense of the public who's most impacted, including, where's 4N? Considering options to incentivize public placemaking and other public benefits from private development, which was what Jen had recommended we change 4N to. What if we combine them and we add that as an including to 4Y? Would folks be comfortable with that?
Liz?
In all due respect, 4Y already exists at every single meeting that all these residents go to. We have had meetings with 400 residents show up, and there are broad representation of community members who are impacted by the decision-making process, and the decision-making process ignores the residents, tells them, don't clap your hands, tells them, we don't want to hear you. Their behavior doesn't speak to listening to neighborhood residents. 4Y exists now in the town of Braintree. There are so many residents that are actively involved in things that will dramatically impact their neighborhood. And unfortunately, it hasn't gone well. So again, I will not support, 4N is a deal breaker for me.
Let's just move on, Jen.
All right, let's strike it.
move on.
Can we strike it if we can't come to an agreement?
Just move on.
Is anyone up?
Because I think the consider language isn't saying that we'd like it one way or another, but it's something that the community should consider based on the fact that it's worked well in other communities, and the one time it was used here, it was used successfully. So I think it would be rash to just delete it entirely, knowing that it's worked well here and other places.
But I also feel that it hasn't worked well in Braintree as well. And I feel, this is what I'm hearing from so many residents. And I'm sure you've heard about these meetings, and residents are ignored. And so to say that having a broader representation, what are we going to do, get 1,000 people at the next meeting? I mean, we get broad representation at these meetings, and I think we need protection for these residents. And I don't see this going that way. I wish I could agree with you. If I had more trust in the system, maybe I would, but I really don't, and I'm sorry about that. But I feel like a lot of people feel the same way, and it's a concern.
From private development to make public improvements because of that concern.
How do we know how much we're sacrificing?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't. I mean,
The improvements in the landing are the Riverwalk, and it's millions that we're receiving, and land. They're donating the land back. So I would encourage people to take a look at that.
Okay, can I just use an example that, I mean, and I don't mean to keep going back to Zom.
But that's not a special permit for this, Liz. Please try to separate that. That's a rezone process. This is a defined.
Okay, but what they were promoting as their community gift that they were going to put out there for the residents was a community walkway, and it went from one point on the street to in front of the end of their process, and it was so insignificant. And that was what they were saying was going to be for the benefit of the community.
That number one, that's not a special permit process. That is not even a process that is at the same level in getting the same, having to meet the criteria of a special permit, which is very different than the criteria of rezoning. So there's different things in different parts of development, that the special permit is the part where it says, yes, you can build this with this permit. A rezone is not that. It's a completely different process.
I understand what the difference is. I'm just saying, one person's vision of a bonus to the community isn't always truly a bonus to the community.
I think Peter has a good suggestion to table this one. It seems to me like this is a deal breaker on both sides. People feel strongly on both sides. This is the only one we haven't been able to resolve yet by talking through it. So my suggestion, we are meeting next month. My suggestion is, why don't we call out 4N and 4Y, which are related in terms of the way you're picturing them to be related, with community engagement issues as well as the incentives for developers. So why don't we call them out when we create the new short list? We can call these out as being tabled, and
Shouldn't we be doing, if I'm saying it's a deal breaker for me?
I
shouldn't
think
we
that
take
both.
account?
I'm hearing both sides
Well, so
saying
then
deal
let's
breaker.
take account.
I'm hearing it's a deal breaker if you take it out.
It's a deal breaker if you leave it in.
So I don't think we're resolving it tonight, and it is late, and I don't think we're thinking clearly right now. I know I'm not. I've been working since 7 a.m. this morning. So what I'd like to do is mark that one as tabled till our next meeting, and we can go on if you're in agreement.
I think we can, but I do think we need to move forward, whether it be in this meeting and another meeting, with something that we can all live with, so we can't, we're going to have to tackle this at some point, and it has to be something everybody can live with. So I can't live with a lot of this wording, and I do have the same concerns of the process, but myself. But I guess, we can kick the can, but it's going to be the same results. Unless it's really clearly written for me, I couldn't sign up for this one.
Would you all be comfortable with us coming to the next meeting with maybe a couple variations of new ways to word this and perhaps some examples from other communities so we can showcase a little bit more of what we're looking at?
I think
Would
that's a
that
good
be
idea.
comfortable with folks?
Yes, I think that's a good idea. But I do think we have to get to an agreement to move forward.
How did it?
For the meeting?
That is always our intention.
Does anyone have any other 4 issues? We agreed to consider amending zoning ordinance, the first additional strategy up to 2 of the short list. Did everyone agree to that? Am I right?
The accessory one?
Yeah. Did everyone agree to that?
Yep.
Okay. Does anyone have any other issues on 4? Liz?
Can I just ask for some clarification on 4P, please? Revising residential dimensional standards to match historical development patterns of existing neighborhoods. So you're
Like a
rezoning residential neighborhoods?
So, for example, I use the East Braintree as an example all the time. It's just very clear. Everyone's kind of familiar with it. Zoning requirements, 15,000 square foot requirements there. There might be one 15,000 square foot lot from Quincy Ave all the way to the water. Zoning that is consistent with that built development, that built sort of pattern of development is sort of what this is related around. Other examples I would take, I'll call out the Walnut, Lower Walnut, Francine, Joseph, those neighborhoods where there is an existing pattern of smaller homes, single-story homes, looking at that and maybe doing something in those neighborhoods. We have a lot of...
Doing what, though? I don't understand what it is you would, what is it you're proposing to do? I don't quite understand.
Zoning amendments, so that those districts are more in line with what's actually built there, and that the requirements aren't completely not in line with what's actually constructed. Another example is the Watershed Protection District. We have a 1 acre minimum up in the Highlands. I couldn't tell you why. Most of the lots there are, what, 8s, 12s? Yeah. Yeah. So what our bylaw says and what we have and how this town was developed and built out is very, very different. And that's why everyone goes to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Okay. But does that mean like someone down on like Francine Road couldn't add a second floor to their home?
If that zoning was changed. Or maybe it would be like a 2.5 story and take the 35 down to maybe 28 instead of 3 stories and 35 feet. I don't even know if people in Braintree understand this. You can build a straight up triple decker in the Residence B zoning district. You can build a flat roof triple decker in this town. That's what our zoning allows for.
Okay. So that actually protects the neighborhoods.
This
from
does.
Crazy.
Okay.
This does. It's what is a neighborhood, and the things that we see here, yeah, we want to allow a little bit of flexibility, but we would prefer to, and then what that starts to do is it preserves that. You'll have neighborhoods with smaller homes that stay smaller, and those will be at a certain price. You'll preserve affordability, you'll preserve character. I mean, I personally, we have some residential neighborhoods in this community that are just, what's happening there and what's currently there do not jive. I'm sorry, respectfully. There's some that are really bad.
Okay, thank you. We good on that? Okay, is there anything else on 4?
Yeah, I just want to mention, if you can look back at, hold on, I'm just trying to pull it up. I just want to make sure that you can see in the way we wrote the vision and the goals, we talked about this one that Alana highlighted here. We talked about including age-restricted housing, veterans housing, service-enriched housing, as well as housing options, options for housing that are accessible to mass transit, and then increasing the affordable housing stock to reach the state's goal of 10%. And we don't believe that you have any strategies in your list that would support those goals. So the question will be, are you saying you want to take those goals out, which I don't think many people would support. We have heard through the various engagement that these were important, which is why they're in there. So the question is, how do you want to address those with strategies if you are going to keep them in as your goals?
The senior center liked 4F and 4T, so veterans housing, and the assisted living, they developments. So I don't know if we could consider putting something in along those, you know. Well, they supported 4F and 4T. 4F is the veterans housing, and then 4T is the assisted living developments. And they all really like those ideas. So I don't know if anyone is against those ideas. So it would be 4F. So if I read it, it would. Identify opportunities to support housing specifically for veterans in Braintree. And then 4T is identify and consider amendments to the zoning bylaw that facilitate continuing care, retirement communities, and senior assisted living developments.
The biggest thing we heard with the veterans housing was that it wasn't housing that veterans needed, but services. That was the comment we received, which is why I believe it scored lowly in the process. That said, that's just making sure.
So I think the seniors don't necessarily think that. I think that some of the other groups think that, because, you know, maybe they're younger but I think the seniors, that they're very, you know, proud veterans, as anybody would be, but we have so many in town. I don't know if anyone, that's what they picked. And I know we have, the mayor just is opening that great veteran center, which is fabulous. But I think this is what the seniors had wanted. Does anyone have objections to those or modifications? Can we add those for the seniors?
Can I make a comment, Madam Chair?
Yes.
And just kind of tying into what we had in the vision, and 4.0, which I know no one's interested in accessory dwelling units. I'd like to, the beginning part though, encourage more small-scale housing options and create opportunities for multi-generational housing. We all know the multi-generational, I can't even speak, housing is going on. It is unregulated. We have no requirements in this community whatsoever for in-laws. You get a building permit, and you put the in-law on, and there's a missing component. I really think that we need to start to think about how we want to regulate in-laws and how we want to, because when the in-laws are gone or there's no in-laws available, the door goes up and it becomes it's an illegal two-family. And the amount of in-laws, and we've seen some at the zoning board, I mean, people are doubling the size of homes. You want to put a bedroom, you want to put a little kitchenette, a sitting area, you know, maybe even 2 smaller bedrooms. Maybe you're caring for both of your parents and they're older. Maybe it's your child and their child or something like that, or giving a chance for your kids to save a little bit of money, move them in for a little while. We need to regulate in-laws in this community. If it's in probably my top 5 of what we need to regulate. Because we're not building, I know people are concerned about housing, we're not building the amount of housing that correlates with how the population is increasing. And I think it's because there's a lot of people living in a home, which is completely fine, but that is also impacting the neighborhoods and the build pattern in the neighborhood.
Isn't Massachusetts in the top 10 decreasing population? study.
Ours didn't decrease, though. I'm talking about Braintree's population.
So how would you regulate, so what are you proposing?
I'm proposing that we in four, I'm sorry, I lost my place here. Sorry. On the wrong page. In 4O, encourage more small-scale housing options and create opportunities for multi-generational housing by regulating in-law requirements. So I understand people aren't about detached accessory dwelling units, but we need to understand what's happening in this community with these in-laws and the things that we're seeing and the additions that are being put on. And
What do you want to do with them? Like, I guess, what do you mean? Do you want an inventory? Do you want?
No, putting them into the zoning, making requirements on the size. If you have a 2,000 square foot house, you cannot put a 2,000 square foot in-law on. You can
I
put a 500 square foot, or limit it to 1.5 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. I mean, it's concerning.
Okay, Liz?
Is it with, are you still saying you would like to include by allowing detached?
No, taking that out.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I know people aren't interested in the
Okay.
detached units.
Okay, so how would you have it read?
I would have it read, encourage small-scale housing options and create opportunities for multi-generational housing by implementing in-law zoning regulations.
And there are no in-law zoning regulations
Not
now?
one.
I thought you could not do an in-law if you had to have a separate.
That's in the building code. That's what keeps it, when you have your own egress, your own cooking, your own sleeping, your own bathing, you have all the components of the residential unit, and it makes it a separate unit. When you have something that's shared, whether it's a bathroom, whether it's a kitchen, and a component that comprises a living unit is missing, that's when it's considered a single with an in-law accommodation, because something's missing. But, I mean, these it's, the size of them is.
So by changing this, how do you regulate the size?
By putting in there that we put zoning regulations in place.
Okay,
To regulate.
all right.
The strategies aren't doing anything. The strategies are saying,
No, I understand
what do
that.
we want you to do?
I
Yeah.
just didn't know where you wanted to, what was the tool
And
to.
if people aren't interested in that at all, then a strategy in itself that regulates in-law accommodations. I mean, it's almost bizarre that we don't have that. It's a very, I don't know your experience, Jen, but it's pretty, it's more common than not.
Okay.
So does anyone have an issue with adding in-law? As Melissa stated?
As long as it removes
Attached.
detached.
It is. Attached, yeah. Okay, all right.
Can I
So-
just clarify? Sorry. We're removing attached, but we're also removing Res A and B? Or is it just in Res A and B you'd like to be looking at that?
A and B
That was
wasn't.
for the ADUs, but I just want to make sure that when I put it back in, I want to make sure I'm putting in the right pieces. A and B was for the ADUs.
Right.
But is
I
that?
don't think we need to make a reference to zoning districts because we even have some single families in the C. I think it's more about if you have a single family and you want to put an in-law on, regardless of the zoning district, creating proportions and ratios to the existing dwelling, a maximum size of bedrooms. Some towns cap it at square feet, some cap it at 10%, 20%, something like that. So it would be sort of something that we would need to obviously look at more, but I think we need to be concerned about the size. Are we concerned about
Parking?
the visibility? The parking is another thing.
Yeah.
You know, if you add the in-law, then you should add a space or two.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, can I just ask one question on just one of these? Consider 4K, consider community-supported refinements to to the zoning bylaw to promote residential and mixed-use zoning. Where? To promote it where? Meaning like, what zone? Are we talking highway business? Are we talking commercial? What are we talking?
I would say definitely in the general business, you know, in the squares.
But I also think that's part of what that strategy would find out. If you were to
Yeah.
move forward with considering community-supported refinements to the zoning bylaw, that would be finding out where the community would support residential and mixed-use zoning. That would be part of the implementation
Okay.
of that.
Okay, so it's just to establish where the community might support.
And then move forward if the community supports it
Okay.
in places, yeah.
Oh, can we say, consider community supported to the zoning bylaw with residential and mixed use in established, in certain, in zones, or like working with the community to
Would in strategic areas make sense?
in area, like, or just in areas, I guess it kind of says it. I think I can't even read anymore.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my contacts are like sticking to my eyes.
I would caution people, I understand, and it's very clear, people want a voice and people want community support. But every time you put that in somewhere in wordsmith and leave it out of something else, it's almost, the main vision thing, I think the last sentence, I was reading it the other day, has that whole sentence about, and if that's really sort of an underlying theme of everything, then put it up there. Or, you know, every time we either say it or don't say it, well, oh, does this mean this? You know, it's just getting a little bit too, I get, you know, sometimes it's you're losing the meaning because you know, short of putting it in every single one, you know, let's add something to the beginning.
It's just the climate right now, so.
I understand that,
It's
and,
just the
and that's why
climate.
I'm making this
It'll pass.
suggestion.
I mean, it's just the
It's obvious
climate.
that that's very important, so get it at the top.
All right, would everyone want to move to 5?
I have one more thing.
Oh, jeez.
So I still don't think you solved the problem of getting to your 10%. So you talk about your fourth goal there that Alana just put up is increasing affordable housing stock to reach the state's goal of 10% of year-round housing on the subsidized housing. I have a couple of ideas. Do you want to talk first, Melissa?
I wanted to, just so everyone has the same information that Connor and I have. So, as some of you may know and not know, the planning board made a favorable recommendation on an inclusionary zoning bylaw. There was some concerns about it related to feasibility. We were able to secure a grant. The entity that we got the grant from says don't announce it yet because they have to make a big announcement and a whoopty about it, which is great. We don't care. We do have the money, and we will be pursuing a consultant to do that study. So something along the lines of, you know, pushing that over the finish line. Another point of information is we have our project that is the 44 Allen Street one. That was done as a LAU, local action units. Excuse me, will be done as an LAU. Once they've got the financing from the state, and we will be partnering up with them. I do the applications for the town, they get the consultant, we work together on those. Once we get that approved as an LAU, those units under that program, when they're ready and available for occupancy, will go on the inventory, and we will be over 10%
Oh, okay.
on 2020 census.
Really?
I'm not working off those old numbers.
That's
So,
good.
That's it's a lot, it's a lot to be proud of. We've put in a lot of hard work as a community, but we need to maintain it, okay? We got there before and we didn't have an inclusionary, and everyone hated me for saying, we're at 10% on paper, we lost it, and people are just focused on, oh, the chart says. Well, I'm always focused on, well, what is it gonna say in 10 years? And we really need to get ahead of this as a community, and we've done some really good work. So in regards to the 10%, the inclusionary is an absolute must. And then I think maybe secondary would be just to maybe emphasize our community preservation funds and the opportunity to use those. You know, we use the funds, we haven't used as much on, we're heavy on open space and buying things, but that money's there for affordable housing. And making those strides is positively not impactful to the town, if that's even, if that's even anything.
That is
All
great.
right, I have an idea. Hopefully, this will cut to the chase a little bit. So, number 4, what if we change that goal to maintaining, you know, it sounds like you're about to reach 10%. I don't know if I'm jumping the gun here, but
Yeah, no,
what if you say maintaining the affordable housing stock, or something about maintaining the 10%? We can wordsmith it. And then, I don't think we have an inclusionary zoning strategy. So we can put the inclusionary zoning strategy in to help you maintain that 10%. And then we can also have another strategy, like Melissa said, saying, encourage the use of Community Preservation Act funds to continue to maintain our 10% on the SHI. And then I think we're okay.
That sounds good. Oh, that's good news.
Home stretch.
All right, 5.
Sorry.
Can I just make a note that the Elder Affairs do not want to share their space as an intergenerational, that was a lead balloon. And so.
Which one is that, Jen?
Potential to combine with additional, like intergenerational center for the Elder Affairs. There is like nothing better.
Which strategy? I was just trying to follow.
5H and
Okay.
5JJ. There's nothing
Okay.
better in this town than that senior center. Like, it is nothing short of amazing. So I think that we should give them their space.
So the bullet part, removing the bullet, but you're okay with the combining 5H and 5JJ part? But the bullet you want to take out?
Yeah, the bullet.
Yeah.
Do folks agree with that?
Does
All right,
anyone
good.
object? Thank you. They will thank you. And 5Q, I don't think it should be a temporary master plan implementation committee. If the plan is for 10 years, somebody's got to monitor it, and that didn't happen before. And I keep saying this, but there's like, you know, the climate isn't great with trust, and I think that there should be a collection of people that continually work with the planning board and work with the planning department and work with
Every town department.
every town department.
Yeah, so the
Because the
feedback,
planning board's not building sidewalks.
what we received on this was making sure that this was like charged for 10 years, but
Yeah.
after 10 years, there was not like an extra committee that was still sort of falling onto this plan, given that this plan is intended to reach 2033. So that's why it says creating a temporary committee through 2033. But I realize that that's at the end of the sentence, and so are you comfortable with that language still? But you want to move it up, or
Why does it have to say temporary?
that was just the recommendation from the words. Essentially, that the committee, after its 10-year charge,
Like
it
this committee.
disbands.
Temporary committee. The master plan steering committee is not going to be here. in
Rather than
15
like
years.
adding it into your official town charter, that
Yeah.
you have a master plan
Say
implementation
this
committee.
master plan has to go, you know, like the last one had to go a little extra miles, right? Like, so maybe this one has to go the extra mile too. So can it just be until the next master plan?
That's up to you all. Would you, I mean, typically it would be, you know, the implementation committee tends to be like the same people for the entire term to ensure the implementation. So should Braintree not do another master plan? I'm not suggesting this is what happens, but if it did happen that Braintree didn't do another master plan for, you know, 40 years, do you want those same people, I guess?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the same people. I mean, you could create it so it has terms.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, not the
It
same
depends
people.
how you create it.
Yeah, I don't mean the same people.
Yeah.
I hope not.
I think you'd create a committee that has some terms probably on it and, you know,
Okay.
yeah. What is it?
Hyper care. So you're giving a period of time, a hyper care before you completely hand over.
Oh, I don't know that. Okay.
So it's develop a hyper care process.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then I don't think we can consolidate our neighborhood schools. I think the people of Braintree are pretty solid on that. I remember being at an election thing and someone suggested it and they practically got booed out of the house. Remember that, Liz? And we also have certain funding tied to having all the schools open. The mayor told me that you
Not
can't.
all of them.
Well, he told me that he can't close one. He might have, I don't want to say he wants to, but you can't close one because of the way the funding came through. And I feel like, I think the schools are like super important. But
So
I
removing the
don't
term
think this is a
facilities-
school's master plan, so I have concerns about like,
So removing the term facilities, but consolidating, neighborhood school budgets, capacity, and educational outcomes, you're still comfortable with, or you'd like to strike the entire strategy?
I think we can't, I think,
Why don't we just take out consolidating? That way, if there's something that wants to be looked at, they move,
Yeah.
what do they do? Move the
take
fifth
out,
grade
I
or
think take out
something?
consolidating, because I think that almost
So I
like
guess
has a
without,
threatening sense.
without consolidating, this is evaluating the impacts, and then if we take out consolidating, it's just evaluating the impacts of schools. So I just want
I
to,
don't think we want to do the schools, right? I feel like we don't want to do the schools. I mean, I don't know, what do you, I feel like that they're supposed to have their own master plan. I don't know if they
this
do
would
it.
potentially capital improvement budget.
Capital improvements.
So that's, I guess, the reason why it's in here, similar to, I know one that got voted in was preparing for the construction of the high school.
And maybe we just say improvements of the elementary and our school, it's our schools, like improvements, and maybe, improvements of the facilities and continual upkeep of the facilities or something along those lines. I just don't think we can, I think there's a reason why we can't consolidate beyond the people not wanting to consolidate.
Did this score? How did it score? Scored pretty high.
It scored high with, I'm afraid that it probably scored high with departments but not with, Peter,
No,
you
I
have
don't
kids in the
think,
schools. You don't have kids in the schools? Oh, they don't go to okay, all right, okay, Justine?
So
No
can
department
we
has
insert,
voted on
No, it
this.
was only the road shows, Jen. It wasn't the department heads. It was out of the road shows. So out of going to the 15 boards, it got a 4.36.
And I can tell you which one, I'm just opening up the spreadsheet now.
I don't know about the boards with this one.
I was going to say it might just be school committee who voted to.
Yeah, if the school committee voted that, then it
It is 7 and 8, which was the school committee and the town council that both voted.
think
And
we
the
should
school
keep it.
committee was a 4.7 and the town council was a 4.0.
yeah.
All right, I guess we're just evaluating, but I feel like people are gonna go, you've gotta be kidding me, but okay,
It would be the school department doing it anyways. Like,
Yeah.
maybe it's,
Okay.
they used to have the Colbert, then they made that the offices or whatever. Or,
All right.
maybe there's different, I know with the kindergarten, there might be something going on with that, so.
well, you might put it up on their website and get some feedback. What about restore program cuts put in place by COVID-19 pandemic? I feel like that's a school budget, like, it cannot be in this master plan, right?
There was cuts all over the place for that.
No, but for schools, like, they have their own master plan, and we don't control their budgets, and I feel like I get town facilities, but like, this is their program cuts. That's talking like curriculum and programs.
I think it's
and-
town budget.
I know, but like,
Oh, it's just the school.
Does anyone think we need it in here?
Would you make the
Tom,
same
do you think
argument
we
for
need
5HH then?
That one in here specifically?
5HH, the one after it, is also about restoring funding from the pandemic?
These were really highly scored. Maybe just a general statement, you know, restore town services and funding to
Schools, licenses.
everything.
The
Everybody,
residents.
everybody. No, you know, I'll say it again. We got 2 unfunded positions. That's 50% of 2/3 of the, no, 40% of the technical staff. That's 40%. You went to work tomorrow and 40% of the people weren't there. What would you do? A lot more than you did the day before. So
That
just
is-
things to think about. Just
Yeah.
there's always, every community can benefit from more programs and no money. There's no question about that. Even if you went to Weston and said, we have $1 million, could you use it for something? They'd find a way to use it. They would.
All right, I
Yeah,
just didn't
and-
know we were dealing with it, but I'm not like dug in or anything.
And
I
just regarding the 10-year comment, it's true it's a 10-year plan, but some things will be done in 1 year, you know, year 1. Some things will be done in year 5. And so when we do the action plan, we can restore funding back to pre-COVID levels in probably year 1.
Okay. Does anyone have anything else on 5?
I am wondering just where we're landing with that, but also the potential, and feel free to say no, of course, but one of the additional strategy ideas was to look at a personnel plan to evaluate department staffing capacities and priorities. And I think there's a potential to maybe combine that with some sort of like evaluating department budgets for the potential to restore budgets to pre-pandemic levels if folks wanted to move that into the short list from the additional strategies list.
Does
There's
anybody?
5Y too.
So it's 5Y, but you want to add which into 5Y?
So it was sort of the idea that, so 5Y and 5EE are really just about like evaluating the staffing, the facilities, the, you know, personnel, the salaries. Those are already in. And then I was originally suggesting that if the personnel plan from the additional strategy ideas did move forward, that we could consolidate all 3 of those into one strategy. But now, based on the conversation we're having, I'm thinking we could include 5GG and 5HH and add into that part of this plan would be looking at department budgets as well as staffing and capacity. So we could, I don't know, we're checking like 5 strategies into one strategy, should you want to move that additional strategy forward.
Are those union positions?
Some of them are.
So isn't that negotiated by the union and not really within the purview of the master plan?
I think a general statement about, and you know, wouldn't be the dictating those salaries, but from time to time, companies and municipalities do an evaluation. You know, does this department have too many people? Does this department have not enough? And are these people, are we competitive? Are we attractive to people? So we'll take teachers, for example. You know, teacher, oh, well, I can go work in this town and make 80,000. I can go work here and make 65. Like how do you become attractive and competitive to the best pool of applicants? And how do you even know that unless you get under that and really analyze that from a big picture, sort of town-wide?
So the question is, why are they in the strategy if it's the typical practice for a town and for a company?
Well, not this town.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should say other towns.
Okay.
I actually made this recommendation in 2008, so we'll just.
So probably something overall versus each individual department,
Yeah, just exactly.
because there's a lot of each individual.
Right, because we
department.
have like for each separate sort of department, we could consolidate that all into one thing, and I'd be happy to include the language if there was something you wanted to make sure was still, we can work on the wordsmithing piece of it, but generally, are folks comfortable with moving the idea of a personnel plan forward?
Fine, but it would be going on anyway. They have to be competitive, they know that.
HR, right? But, I mean, it's not a bad reminder.
And then if we move forward with it, which would we like to combine, fold into it? My original recommendations were 5Y and 5EE, which are the salaries and benefits, and then also ensuring adequate staffing, facilities, transportation services. This was particularly for the older adult population and the elder affairs department. And then now we're also considering 5GG, which is the school program budget, and 5HH, which is the licensing and inspections department. Would folks be comfortable putting all of those together? Are there pieces that you don't think fit?
All those scored really high. Lisa, consolidation.
Folks,
But I would like to add some wording regarding to compatible to towns that close to us. Not like example Boston versus Braintree.
like comparable communities,
Right,
similar
comparable.
size, similar
Population.
population, yeah.
Yep,
Right.
yep, annual permits, road miles, number of catch basins.
Okay.
Can I have a question on 5B?
Yes, just give me 1 second to put these all down so I don't lose my train of thought.
Not sure if I understand 5B in terms of remove visible barriers for safety of all patrol.
I can't remember the specifics of this. I know this came from RKG, who was doing a little bit of facilities discussions, and this was like very specifically, someone had mentioned this, and I apologize for not having the specifics on it, but in some spaces there are sort of like blind spots that impact the safety of folks in sort of municipal facilities, so removing those blind spots. And I apologize that I do not have a specific example.
No, I would just, I don't have a specific example. I would just say as a we have this room and we have the little, we're always like, we need a room. We need, when we had to go, when the planning board had to go to the middle school, it was like a disaster, not a disaster, but it wasn't the best setup and the audio and all that stuff. So kind of just like, I think more just looking at what we have as a community to host events and do different things, and is that adequate, is that up to speed, is that, that type of stuff.
Is it 5A and B combined? Because I'm just not understanding, like, remove visible barriers for safety of all patrol. Is it, like, I agree on we get the consolidation of what's available, what can be used, but I just didn't understand what's the last sentence. Yeah.
We could ask Eric Halverson, I think he wrote that, and we could just clarify, when he did that section of the existing conditions profile, I think he, when he was doing, there was something specific, and we don't remember what it is, so we can ask him, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably came when he did the initial meeting with all the department heads, and they said, what do we need? It might have come from that.
I'd like to kindly add that we do have some recreational facilities that are landlocked and difficult in accessibility. Like, we have a soccer field off of Washington Street with no direct connection from Washington Street.
Okay, is there anything else on 5?
We had the electrical funding for the electrical vehicle safety, and I'm looking at 5K also. Is that duplicate?
I'm sorry, the funding for what?
I know, I can't see where we had the, getting more fire.
Oh.
That was in one. It did not get cut, but it scored pretty low, I would say maybe.
Is it 5V?
Maybe not. It was 1H. I think that's what you're talking about, ensuring the fire department had adequate resources to manage. Is that what you're talking about, the electric vehicle fires?
No, it's 1H.
I'm just looking at 5K.
I'm sorry, so we're not talking, okay.
No,
The
it's just-
implementing a fleet management and replacement plan for vehicles as part of the capital improvement and annual budget process.
Is that each department already have their own budget for that? I will continue monitoring.
So it's as, like, departments that do have vehicles, thinking like police department, fire department, school department, senior center, COA has like a couple vans, as those need to be, like, come offline and replaced. It's essentially creating a plan to make sure that those vehicles are updated and modern and safe, and including that as part of the budgeting process.
My contacts are like sticking to my eyes. Oh, Liz, sorry.
School, I kind of feel like that should be more the school department and not this. And then the section that discusses hiring a diversity, equity, and inclusion coordinator, I feel like this would fall under HR. Do we really need a new hire to do this when we have an HR department? Wouldn't this fall under their purview?
Some municipalities are hiring a DEI coordinator into their HR department to assist with this piece.
I know, but I feel like we're not gonna have, like, I mean, I feel.
I think there are so
like
many
affirmative
departments that
action
need so
plans.
many people. I feel like this is part of HR's task, really.
Job.
I think that's kind of,
Actually, I think it's broader than that. If you look at it, we're not just talking about the workforce in your town, your town employees, but we're also talking about language access. Like Justine's talked about, there aren't Chinese translations on things, and that's part of it. Like the DEI coordinator looks at all of that, and, how do we actually really make people feel welcomed in engaging with town government?
yeah. I still feel like that's something that HR really handles, but I don't know what everybody else thinks.
Do we have a diversity person? No.
No, the HR department's 3 people. Benefits person, a director, and 1 support staff for the entire town.
I mean, it could be done through HR.
And they do all the benefits, I believe.
How many employees in the town?
But I mean, every department, it sounds like, needs more people if you ask every department. So I think we just can't keep saying, okay, we need to hire this, we need to hire that.
No,
I think we've got to have some practicality when I feel like that is part of what HR does.
The things like the language access and sort of that type of stuff, and really making the town the same interface for every person in this community, HR does not do that. No, it's more outward than I think you're thinking. It's not necessarily like equal practices and hiring and that type of stuff. It's when I go to somebody, for example, when I go to any department, this person says this department needs to have these applications in these languages. This department needs to have a translator, or we're gonna work with this particular company to set up those services. And really, it's really about to kind of like, you know, simplify it, an equal municipal experience for everybody.
Do we have a marketing department that does, like, we have a marketing, like my marketing department does that? They make sure that.
Yeah.
So do they, like, control the website and they control the languages and control the?
Our marketing department?
Yes.
We don't have a marketing department.
Oh, that's what I asked. Okay, there's no, okay, all right, okay, okay, all right.
That answers that.
All right, that answers that. Okay, okay, all right. All right, so there's no one to do it. Okay, okay.
This is another kind of thing that goes along with the sustainability. Like there's new things that come up that go, like 15 years ago, this wasn't a job.
Yeah.
But now it's something that has become very important to make sure that that experience is equal across the board.
Justine?
Purpose of the hiring somebody, maybe it's a wording that we need to say expand town service, so that you don't have to hire somebody, you could outsource it.
Yep.
To community service. So I think the wording of hiring is what gets to us.
Maybe it's just policies and procedures and different things that are put in place, and then there's kind of a checks and balances on that going forward. It doesn't need to be a full-time person, but we're definitely, you know, I question all the time why we don't have a building inspector that speaks a second language. Yeah.
So like we could have interpreter service as a contractor versus hire
Yeah.
a town employees.
Yep.
Can we wordsmith that, and does anyone have a problem with changing that to, like, you know, make it open to hire a consultant versus an employee?
I think it should be geared to like providing the service and providing that versus who provides it.
All
You know,
right.
it could be a contract position that gets it up and running, and then it goes to HR, or it goes to the mayor's, or it goes to another department to try to, you know, keep up with it and whatnot. So
Does anyone have issues with that wording? To provide services for diversity? Do you feel you're okay? Okay. Are you okay over there? Okay.
I'm trying to think of the best way to
Peter? Okay. You're okay.
maybe just
frame that, and so,
Diversity, equity,
This might be the last one.
yeah.
Instead of hiring, providing,
Yep.
change coordinators.
is that an action word though?
We can fix it.
Would it
Okay,
be okay
well,
to say like explore opportunities to provide? I just feel like I need that action word in the beginning.
okay,
Are people okay with that? I don't want to put words in your mouth though.
that's fine. Does anyone have any others in 5? Okay. Okay, then. So we just have one to work through, I think, in the future.
Now we'll get into phase 2 of tonight's meeting.
Yeah, we only did.
What did you say?
Public comment.
Public comment.
Anybody? Well,
You want to mention the Peter Street?
well, more so like, we only did it for one, and we can't really move forward without it.
Okay,
So we
so-
talked about, we were a little inconsistent. We did it for 4, but we didn't do it for the others. So as you all saw, I had highlighted pieces that were not included in the strategies that were in the goals and the core theme vision, and so I apologize. We probably should have, that would have made more sense if we had done it the way Jen did it for 4, but just wanting to clarify if these are things that need to have strategies, or if they're things that you'd like to remove from your core theme language.
I think,
And now, I did this before we just, you know, of course, we
Yeah.
went in and we added some things, so they might not be completely.
So what are we missing?
So the biggest thing in core theme 1 is like water protection, and urban heat islands are not addressed.
yeah.
And then there were 2 things here that when we built the strategies, you all had asked us to move them to 4, so they aren't part of, like, they have strategies, but they're not in core theme 1 anymore. So wondering if you'd like to move those goals to core theme 4, and do they make sense in core theme 4? And that was preserving and protecting residential neighborhoods through the acquisition of wooded areas to provide buffers from incompatible use, which is actually That's actually, I think,
It's a strategy. So
that's the strategy that we put in. So maybe-
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would just say, if you can give us some authority to remove any goals that became strategies, you don't need to say it twice.
Yes, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
okay.
Does that make sense, everyone? And do you think instead of going through all these right now, that maybe if we're missing something, we could have a list for the next meeting and then decide, or maybe a suggested strategy, like, the urban heat, I think people care about
Right,
these
I guess the
things.
question becomes, do you want us to make those suggestions based on things that did not move forward in the process or making new strategies?
Well, do you see a strategy for everything?
So when we built the strategies, we used these goals essentially when we built them. So my hope is that we, dotted all
Have
our
them.
I's and crossed our T's, and there were strategies to address these, and they didn't, fare favorably in the process.
And then maybe we should, the next meeting, we should take a look at the strategies so the vision, and then the strategies that support the vision that didn't make it anywhere, and then look at them, understand that they didn't score well, and then decide
that.
if they would score well here. And then if they do, then we add them, and if they don't, and people don't want them, then we remove and remove.
Okay.
It's probably like 10, do you think? Or more?
Yeah, I think some of these things are like similar, so they're highlighted in multiple places, but they're sort of the same idea over and over again. So I think that's probably fair to say. And then our next step was to clean this up and get it on the website for public comment. And how would you like us to handle that piece as we move forward with public comment? Just like a footnote or?
Well, I think we should probably read public comments.
I'm sorry, the missing pieces part.
Oh, the pieces where it's not missing.
Right. The inconsistencies, do we want that addressed to the public to make recommendations? Do we want, I guess that's
when
the
you
question.
say inconsistencies, you mean there's no strategy to back up the, okay.
Right,
I
like,
think
so the
we
vision
haven't
talks about
evaluated
water
those
resources, so we-
strategies yet, so maybe leave them off and just keep them in the vision until we,
That's what I just wanted to hear
until we
you say
can't
that,
take,
yeah.
until we can't deal with them.
Yeah, and I mean, we could also, when we post this, we can also just put a note that this is in process, and we know
Yes.
that there are some inconsistencies and there's the tabled one, we need to make a note about that too. So there'll be, people will see that this is draft and it's in progress.
Okay, and then we should read the public comments and take public comments
At the
next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, and then look at those strategies, and then I think Melissa said town council and planning board are coming to the next meeting. So we
They're
can,
invited, I hope they come.
we can do all those things in an hour.
Does anybody want to start earlier than 7? That was a quick yes.
Well, can people, Peter and Tom? Can you start at 6?
Sure, I'm retired.
Amy? Okay, I think we should start at 6.
Does 6 work for
That's
yeah,
what I was
July
just looking.
20th? Yep.
Wait, the 6 o'clock meeting starts what?
Did we have pizza last time?
Oh, yeah. We did have pizza last time.
I need to take.
That might be nice since we're coming to the end of this.
No, she can start out, and I'll just come in.
Okay. And you can just use my office.
Okay.
Yeah.
In? But that works, yeah. She can get that. Oh, I've been trying to ask around.
Remember, post that correctly.
A lot of people around in July, but I'm gonna.
Are we going with 6 o'clock, members? Okay. 6 o'clock?
I think we should. I mean, for the people who are here, they say good.
Okay. Do you want me to vet that to the other members before I'm not gonna do the agenda for.
Why don't we say come at 6 if you can? If you can't, then,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe we should vet it.
And the council.
Invite the planning board and the town council to come at, say, 7? Get
They
this,
can come whenever they want, regardless, yeah. I hope they come. A member Kent always came, but now he's up here, so.
next time you'll know better, right?
Okay, so do we have a motion? Anyone?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Good night, everyone.